Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Tuesday morning. It's January 14th, and boy, is it cold outside. Take a live look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis, where it is a chilly 27 degrees. Same thing downtown Memphis, the I-40 bridge, traffic running smoothly. But again, cold conditions outside. Let's check in with our meteorologist, Eric Brill, joining us and starting us off here on the digital desk with some cold temperatures, but we are going to see the sunshine, Eric, and it is going to warm up pretty significantly, wouldn't you say? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. I definitely agree with the statement right there. The sun in the process of rising around the Mid-South right now, but it certainly is chilly to get the day started. 19 degrees for Holly Springs, Oakland, and Bolivar, the cold spots on the map. And these are our temperatures, not the wind chill values. Fortunately, there's not much of a breeze, so that bodes well. 21 degrees for Corinth, 27 for Memphis, 28 for Tunica, and good morning in Covington, where there's currently 23 degrees as well. Temperatures, while they are off to a cold start, will be climbing here pretty quickly. By 11 a.m., we're already talking about 41 degrees, 48 by 2 p.m., and 44 by 5 p.m. Later on this evening at 8, 38 degrees, the expected temperature. Anticipating a high of 50 degrees for Memphis for today. Bolivar topping off at 48, as will Selmer, Brownsville, Ripley, Tennessee at 46 degrees, mostly sunny skies, and northern Mississippi should see a pretty solid day of weather too. 50 degrees along Highway 278 from Clarksdale to Oxford, 50 for Ripley, 48 for Corinth rather, and Tunica will be topping off at 48 as well. Finally, northeast Arkansas expecting a solid day too. 48 for Helena, West Helena, 46 for Blytheville, and 46 degrees in Harrisburg with yet again mostly sunny skies around. Temperatures for tonight, even though we're a long ways away from hitting our lows here for Wednesday morning, they will fall back into the middle 20s here. 26 for Memphis, 24 for Selmer and Corinth, 27 for Tunica, and 24 degrees in Wynne, Arkansas. So be ready for a cold little stretch of weather conditions here across the Mid-South. Still a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, though, just because of the hour-by-hour forecast and the interactive radar here. By scanning that QR code, you can, of course, get that, and it is free 99. Now, what I'm keeping an eye on down the pipeline here is that there is going to be a disturbance moving from the west to the east by the end of the work week. For Friday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, notice we don't see too much activity going on, but clouds will be on the increase for the day on Friday. By 4:30, talking about some showers knocking on the door for Poinsett, Cross, St. Francis, Lee, Arkansas, and Mississippi counties west of the Mississippi River. But then by 10 p.m., these really do engulf the Mid-South as a whole. Notice we have green on the screen. No pink, no blue, no white, indicating any sort of snow threat or wintry mix for that matter. This is going to be plain rain here across the Mid-South. It lingers into Saturday morning, but drier conditions will prevail as Saturday does continue. I don't think Saturday is going to be a nice day, as we will see plenty of clouds around. And behind this is really going to be the big talker here over the next few days. We are going to see colder air move itself from the north down to the south. You always hear people talking about the polar vortex and how it's going to engulf the United States of America. Well, as far as what we have going on here, that is going to be the case here, and we are going to see some cold conditions around the Mid-South starting really on Sunday. So be prepared for that. It is going to be pretty chilly here starting for the last day or the back half of the weekend and into early next week. What do I mean by cold? This time of the year, we should be at 50 degrees. That's what I anticipate us hitting here today. For Wednesday, down to 44 degrees, nothing outrageous. 56, 57 for Thursday and Friday, and 51 for Saturday. But look at Sunday, 34 degrees, 28 degrees by Monday. It is going to be pretty cold here to wrap up the weekend and to begin next week. And those are our high temperatures. So you know we're going to be colder than that with some of those overnight low temperatures. Overall, as far as the immediate forecast goes, say over the next handful of days, we have some overall solid weather conditions around. Clouds will be on the increase for Friday. It will be a cloudier weekend ahead. The 40% chance of showers is earlier in the day. That 20% chance of showers on Friday, it's later in the day. The showers really do happen overnight Friday and a Saturday. Then look at Monday morning. 17 degrees, the expected low temperature, 28 for a high on Monday. Yeah, it's going to be pretty cold here early next week and even into Tuesday and Wednesday. We're still talking about temperatures, 28 degrees for Tuesday and 35 degrees for Wednesday. So, Andrew, it's not exactly the warmest forecast ahead here for early next week, but at least for the next few days, we do have some pretty solid temperatures, right around 50 degrees, a couple days or one day below, but a few days above. I think we'll take that, but it's going to be cold next week.
Yeah, at least we can see the sunshine, Eric. One thing I want to ask you about Saturday, you know, of course, many people have plans over the weekend. Is that a complete washout?
I don't think so. I think this is really going to be more earlier in the day than later in the day as far as that 40% goes, and even really kind of before sunrise. So a lot of these should be clearing out of here by the noon hour. Of course, you could get your renegade little shower too that lingers into the afternoon. But the clouds are probably going to put a damper on things, having it be a really nice day. But hey, at least we'll take a 51-degree day, especially with what's coming on the horizon.
Okay, meteorologist Eric Brill joining us and kicking us off here on the digital desk. Eric, thank you.
No problem, Andrew.
All right, let's now take another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. Looking beautiful outside, it really is. Again, 27 degrees as you get up on this Tuesday morning. I want to show you another picture there. That is downtown Memphis, the bridge of many names. I-40 bridge, the bridge, the Hernando de Soto bridge, the M bridge, the new bridge. And it is running smoothly on this Tuesday morning. Certainly we'll be checking back with meteorologist Eric Brill throughout the morning here just to get updates on that 7 to 10 day forecast. Appreciate that. Okay, so right now we're going to be discussing a little bit of what's coming up here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. We have an important interview when it comes to hypothermia, how to recognize the signs, the symptoms, and what to do if you see someone else or perhaps yourself that is dealing with those same signs and symptoms with hypothermia. That's when your body gets very cold. It's very dangerous. Also, we're going to be talking about school choice. It is National School Choice Week. We're going to be talking about what school choice means in the U.S., in particular here in Memphis in the Mid-South. There is another interview that we do each and every Tuesday with Talisa Franklin. She's going to be talking about all the positive uplifting events that you're going to be able to see around Memphis and the Mid-South and take part in. And then there is another one that we are talking with, an author. She wrote a book. It is about how we heal from people who are different politically and have different backgrounds. And she focuses in on racial and political differences. So that interview is coming up. It is with LaJune Montgomery Tabrone. She is author of How We Heal and president and CEO of the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. That interview coming up later this morning on Action News 5. That is at 9:40 later this morning. So right now we're going to take a break. But I do want you to know about the breaking news that we were covering all morning long here on Action News 5. It had to deal with a wreck that Memphis police were investigating on I-240 near Walnut Grove. And this hit and run wreck that officers were at around 1 o'clock this morning, another big SUV, a white SUV, plowed into a squad car at that time, injuring 2 Memphis police officers who were on the scene investigating a wreck. So those officers were taken to the hospital in non-critical condition. The interstate was shut down for several hours. It's back open, of course, for morning rush hour. Those officers, again, in non-critical condition. The driver of that white SUV that plowed into the Memphis Police squad car and injuring the officers, that person was also taken to the hospital in non-critical condition. We're expected to hear more throughout the day on exactly what happened there, but I wanted to let you know about that here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Again, those officers in non-critical condition. So we are going to take a short break here. We are back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk to talk about the game-changing news for veterans. The Action News 5 digital desk. Chest pain versus heartburn. Sometimes you might feel a pain in your chest and you might think it's heartburn, or is it something more? Could it be a heart attack? Could it be something else? Let's discuss this right now with Dr. Anna Yang. She is a physician at Regional One Health. Appreciate you joining us once again on the digital desk, Dr. Yang. So, what's the first thing we should do when we have chest pain and we want to figure out whether maybe it's just heartburn and maybe it's something a little more serious? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks again for having me. So, chest pain, what a big topic. Chest pain, there's a whole lot of things that can cause chest pain. So, a lot of us, when we think of chest pain, we automatically think of heart attacks. And that is definitely a big cause of chest pain and an important one that we definitely don't want to miss. But there are a lot of other causes of chest pain. So heartburn, like you mentioned, is one of the causes. But there's a lot of other things too. Even just, a muscle strain on the chest wall or inflammation of the cartilage on the chest wall can cause chest pain. In addition to heartburn, other conditions of the esophagus, like an ulcer in your stomach or esophagus, inflammation of your lining of the esophagus, or even lung conditions like infections of the lung or fluid on the lung, or abnormal heart rhythms, or even a blood clot in the lungs, or a tear in the major vessel of your chest. There are a lot of things that can cause chest pain. Even stress and panic attacks alone, when there's nothing actually physically wrong in the chest, even just having stress can cause you to feel like you're having chest pain. So chest pain is definitely a huge topic and something that can be very concerning. And it's got a whole range of things, from really bad to not so concerning. So the first thing to do, if you're concerned, is to definitely go see your doctor. So if this is your first time and the chest pain is definitely concerning and worrisome, and especially if you have got risk factors for heart disease or lung conditions, potentially the emergency room is where to go to make sure this isn't something serious. Your doctor there can do a whole lot of different tests ranging from, blood tests to imaging like x-rays or CAT scans. They can do an EKG to check the electrical activity of your heart. But if it's not one of those major concerning things, there are a lot of other factors that can cause chest pain too. So things like heartburn, which kind of are more associated with food, and it feels more like a burning pain in your chest, can be treated by your doctor and potentially by a gastrointestinal specialist too, if your regular doctor or primary care doctor is having difficulty managing your symptoms with just antacids and some basic medication and dietary changes and lifestyle changes.
Dr. Yang, don't take this the wrong way, but the last thing I want to do is go to the emergency room. I want to try and figure it out at home. And, if, if we're sitting at home, perhaps watching TV, or we're in bed reading a book, and you get that heart pain or you get that chest pain, is there ways that we can figure out what we have at home? Is there maybe some things that we can do to say, okay, this is serious, or maybe this isn't as serious as I thought?
So that can be really tough and really tricky because sometimes, your classic chest pain from a heart attack or a heart condition or a lung condition can be tough to identify. So some of your classic, chest pain coming from your heart symptoms include maybe you have an abnormal heart rhythm with it, or your heart beats, racing or flipping beats, or something's wrong with it. Usually chest pain associated with your heart is what we call exertional, which means it happens when you're walking or climbing stairs or running or doing something to exert yourself. And usually people with heart type of chest pain also have risk factors. So maybe you've got longstanding high blood pressure or diabetes or high cholesterol or other things that put you at, or smoking or other things that put you at risk for increased likelihood of heart conditions. If you can remember back to, a specific exercise, or you lifted something wrong and, this is muscle pain in your chest that every time you move a certain way or stretch your chest wall or your arm or something, it reproduces the pain, that's more likely to be muscle pain. Or just, an inflammation in your chest wall as opposed to something deeper inside of your chest. And then, like I said, heartburn is more associated with certain foods and triggers. So, if you just ate, an orange or a lot of tomato sauce with your pizza or something, and this is a trigger for your heartburn or reflux, then that's more likely to be it. But again, if you are concerned and if you can't tell, especially if this is your first time with this pain, it's new, it's different, potentially it's severe, just go get yourself checked out. Because if it is a heart attack or something more concerning, it's not something you want to wait on.
Right. Is there other advice you give to some Mid-Southerners right now? I mean, it's, with regards to this, I mean, because I don't know, like, for example, watching the Alabama-Georgia game, it was intense. It was all over the place. A lot of people get excited about, their sports teams and different things that are happening. And sometimes that can lead to, your heart or your chest feeling a little bit out of sorts. And the last thing you want to do is go to the emergency room if you don't have to. What advice can we give to people so they can, kind of self-diagnose a little bit?
So self-diagnosis is always hard, especially when we've got resources like Google search and, WebMD and all sorts of sources out there. And the more we Google search, sometimes, all of our symptoms are there and it scares us more than it needs to sometimes. But yes, you're definitely right. Emotional stress, excitement, activity, any of those things can trigger, chest pain and discomfort in your chest area. So if that happens and it is associated with one of these, if it's kind of like a sharp pain that goes away quickly and is gone, it is most likely nothing. However, again, it is really, really hard sometimes to tell the difference. If it's persistent, not going away, severe, and especially if you have risk factors for concerning things, make sure you get checked out. Some other things, some of your other symptoms can provide clues too. So if you're also having difficulty breathing, if you're having nausea or vomiting with it, if you're, when you have your chest pain, you get all sweaty all of a sudden or feel cold and clammy, all those things can also point to what your chest pain cause could be. For example, if you're having chest pain and you've got shortness of breath and cough with it and runny nose and fever and maybe sore throat, then, the chest pain that you're having may just be a cold. Or, potentially worst case, if your symptoms are more severe, potentially pneumonia or some sort of infection. But again, there are just so many different causes of chest pain. It's definitely hard to go over all of them in the short time that we have here. But the main thing is if you are concerned and things are not normal, things are not going away, the chest pain that you're having doesn't really make sense with the circumstances, or you have risk factors for potentially severe, conditions, make sure you get checked out.
That's good advice. I also agree with you. Sometimes if you go to WebMD or you go to Google and you put in some of the symptoms you're having, it goes to the worst possible situation. Like, oh my gosh, you have terminal cancer. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with my cough that I'm having. Anyway, is there a place, Dr. Yang, where we could go that Regional One Health perhaps has, where we can get, just kind of some clear ideas of chest pain, heartburn versus something a little bit more serious?
So the best resource I'm going to say is always going to be your doctor. Now, if you need immediate care, then go to the emergency room. Potentially, if you're uncertain and want some advice, you can call your regular doctor's office and ask them questions. But always going to your regular doctor for regular checkups and asking them any questions is where you're going to get your most reliable resources. Now, there is some good information online. There are some good websites out there that are reliable and aren't just, alarmist and way too general to be useful. But some of them are just, potentially even inaccurate out there. So always make sure, you go to your doctor to ask these questions. They can also, if you're going regularly, make sure they're screening you for risk factors and things like that you can potentially catch and control and improve to decrease your chances of this chest pain that you might have in the future being something severe or life-threatening or, one of those major things.
Okay, Dr. Anna Yang, we appreciate the time always on the digital desk. Thanks so much for stopping by. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is game-changing news for veterans as the VA Undersecretary joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about some changes to the GI Bill's education benefit. Joshua Jacobs joining us now. So this is a very popular bill. I don't have to tell you that, Joshua. Tell us about the big change. Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me on your program. I'm really excited to be here and to share some important information for veterans and their loved ones, which is as a result of a recent Supreme Court decision, we're now able to offer approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries up to 12 additional months of education benefits.
Okay, so exactly, tell me how this breaks down. What was the education benefit before, and how has it changed with this new news?
Yeah, so before the Supreme Court's decision, eligible veterans who served at least 2 periods of service were limited to a maximum amount of 36 months of GI Bill benefits. They had to choose between the Montgomery GI Bill and the post 9/11 GI Bill. And so what this means is we're able to increase the cap from 36 to 48 months potentially, and we're able to restore lost eligibility so that veterans have more time to use their benefits. And so it's a great opportunity for any veteran or beneficiary who may be eligible to continue their education and pursue their personal and professional goals.
And that's fantastic. I mean, I know a lot of people out there are going to be excited about this. What else can we talk about when it comes to these changes, Joshua?
Well, it's really important to know. I mentioned this is a very large figure. It's approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries who may be eligible for this enhanced education benefit. We are actively reviewing all of these records. We will contact every single individual. We believe that there are about 600,000 or so individuals who will not need to take any action. That means VA will review their records, will make a determination about additional eligibility and to the extent that it's available, how much. And then we will make sure to work with that individual, whether it's a veteran or a loved one, to enable them to pursue their education goals. There's another cohort, about 400,000, that will have to apply to access these earned benefits. They will need to apply by October 1st, 2030. And we are going to contact each and every one of these approximately 1 million vets and beneficiaries to ensure that they know they may be eligible and they know what to do.
Okay, and so we're talking about reaching out to some of the veterans you just mentioned. What kind of time frame are we talking about here? In the next 2 months, 90 days, 180 days?
Yeah, we're going to begin communicating immediately. We've started. Thanks to your help, I'm helping to get the word out here. We'll be sending emails to each of these individuals in the next weeks and months to come. Given the size of the total population, we anticipate we'll be able to review all 1 million records over the course of the next 24 months. And we'll do so in priority order based on the amount of education benefits available and whether someone's still in school or not. And if anyone has questions, we'll have opportunities to work through individual circumstances. And so they can contact us at 1-800-MyVA411. They can go to our website, or they can work with an accredited representative like a veteran service organization to figure out what's right for them.
Okay, and give us the website address right now and anything else you want to mention.
Yeah, so the website address is benefits.va.gov/GI Bill/Rudisil. That's RUDISILL.ASP. They can also call us at 1-800-MyVA411. And I want any veteran or loved one listening to know that we have this incredible opportunity to pursue additional education benefits. VA will be contacting you to let you know if you're eligible. If you think you might be eligible, where you had 2 periods of service, you had to forfeit some of your Montgomery GI Bill benefits to access your earned post 9/11 GI Bill benefits, feel free to reach out to us and we'll work with you to make sure that we can connect you with your earned education benefits.
Okay, Joshua Jacobs joining us talking about the new benefit and to the GI Bill and the changes to the education benefit. Joshua, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks for informing us all. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me and helping me get the word out for all those veterans who are your listeners.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Of course, the holidays are here. It is holiday season. Parents and gift givers searching for the right gifts to resonate with all kinds of people, including those tweens. Those tweens out there can be really tough to buy for sometimes, pretty much all the time. I'm joined now by Tony Weaver Jr. He is the author of a book called Weirdo, and this is a book, and he is an author that really champions mental health, geek culture, diverse storytelling. Joining us on the digital desk, Tony, good morning to you. So tell me a little bit about this book, Weirdo. It's for middle school kids, right? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm super happy to be with you today. What I say for Weirdo is that Weirdo is for every person on their journey to self-love and self-actualization. So for a lot of our middle schoolers, people that are starting middle school, kind of in the middle grades, it's something that's really important. But I've had adults that read it and go, man, I wish I had this when I was a kid. I wish I got it now. I call it the Nerdy Kids Instruction Manual for Self-Love and Self-Confidence for the nerdy kids that are currently kids or the people that have an inner nerdy kid too.
I love it. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Tony. Where are you from? Where'd you grow up? And what got you into this?
So I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, and I was raised by a family that really, really cared about education. So much so that I focused a lot on academics and not as much on who I was as a person. So while I was in middle school, I was dealing with a lot of academic pressure, a lot of bullying, and didn't really have the tools to navigate those things in a healthy way. So it was from those experiences that I created Weirdo, because I know that there are a lot of kids today that are really just trying to be themselves. They're trying to come of age, figure out who they are, make sure that they're applying themselves in their grades, but also making friends and participating in extracurricular activities. And balancing all of that can be difficult. So I wanted to create something that could help.
Excellent. So tell me a little bit more about the main character in Weirdo.
So Weirdo's a graphic novel memoir. So the main character is me. I'm on the cover with my cape here. So young Tony is a nerdy, precocious kid that really likes anime, comic books, and video games. And what he really wants to do is be the cool kid. But when he shows up at a new school, he finds out right away that he is not the cool kid. He is the weird kid. And the word weird has this negative stigma attached to it. When I was younger, I wanted nothing more than to be normal, to be popular. But I learned that the things that make me weird are what make me powerful. And Weirdo kind of covers me going on that journey in a way that I hope helps every reader find power in their own weirdness and uniqueness.
I love that, Tony. I appreciate it. You may have already answered this, but what do you want the reader to come away with when they read Weirdo?
The biggest thing that I want kids to understand when they read Weirdo is that no matter what obstacle you may run into, you have the ability to make it to the other side of that thing, and you don't have to do it by yourself. Very often, when obstacles pop up, we feel like we have to navigate them completely as individuals, and sometimes we feel deeply overwhelmed by those things. But there is a community of people around you, your parents, your family, your community that loves you, that wants to be there for you to help you move forward. And I just really hope that young people that read Weirdo understand that they're not alone in any problem that they face.
I love it, Tony. Are there any more books in the future for you?
Oh, 100%. Weirdo is the huge one that I'm talking about right now, but it's my goal that people that read Weirdo, kids that love Weirdo, will be able to grow up with me as an author. Expect a lot more books from Tony Weaver Jr. in the future.
Well, Tony, it's so nice to meet you. Congratulations on the book Weirdo, and I really hope that your career, this is just a one start on an amazing career ahead. Congratulations. Happy holidays to you.
2 officers are recovering this morning, as well as 2 others who were all involved in an incident right off of I-240 in Shady Grove. Around 12:50 this morning, officers responded to the scene of a hit-and-run crash on I-240 East and Shady Grove. At 1 o'clock this morning, a white Tahoe entered the initial crash scene and struck the responding officer's squad car, causing it to also strike 2 MPD officers who were outside of the vehicle conducting the hit-and-run investigation. 2 officers were transported from the scene and are listed as non-critical condition. The driver of the Tahoe has been detained and transported to Regional 1 in non-critical condition. The male victim of the initial hit-and-run investigation was transported and is also listed as non-critical. As of right now, no charges have been filed. And of course, this is an ongoing investigation. Once we find out the severity of all the people who are involved, we will be sure to update you on air and online. Tavarius Haywood, Action News 5.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. More than 14 million Americans are living with a serious mental health condition, like bipolar disease or major depressive disorder, schizophrenia, that sort of thing. And sometimes people with serious mental illnesses that are taking antipsychotic medications may suffer from a condition. It's called TD. It's known as tardive dyskinesia, and it can cause debilitating, uncontrollable, repetitive movements that can make eating, drinking, walking extremely difficult. The condition can be overwhelming for people who suffer from it, causing many people to give up on treatment. Let's talk more about this condition, this issue, with a couple of people on the digital desk right now. I'm joined by Dr. Rakesh Jain, a clinical professor, Department of Psychiatry at Texas Tech University, and Sherlyn Peterson, a patient living with TD. Good morning to you both. Doctor, let me start with you. Can you tell us a little bit more about TD and what are the signs and symptoms of it? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. And I listened to your opening description of tardive and my admiration to you. In one single sentence, you captured the entire plight of this condition. This is not just a movement disorder, it's a movement disorder filled with misery and suffering for the patient. And it is the consequence of having occasionally to take these antipsychotic medications for a variety of disorders. And let me just underscore one really important point you made, which is the degree of suffering that goes along with it. And even though there are 700,000 Americans who have this condition as we speak, only about 15% have been diagnosed. So we have a lot of work to do.
It sounds like it. Can you give us the signs and symptoms of what people can watch out for, doctor?
I'll be happy to. So it would be the appearance of movements that you haven't started. For example, I'll show it to you if I may. It could be this kind of nose movement or eye blinking, forehead movement. It could be jaws shifting or the lips puckering or pulling back, the neck sometimes acting out, if you will, fingers doing things that you're not intending to do, the toes not intending doing things that you're not intending for it to do. These can be very frightening, but on top of that, they can lead to falls. It can lead to trouble with chewing, talking, choking. It's a considerable disorder. It can also involve pain. It can involve embarrassment. It can involve social withdrawal. It's a whole host of things, Andrew.
It sounds like it. Over to you, Sherlyn. Can you tell us about your story living with TD, how you were able to get diagnosed with this condition?
Oh, yes, I can. Andrew, I must say that I'm excited to be here and share my TD story on behalf of Teva. I was diagnosed with TD in 2018. Prior to that, my symptoms were facial, mostly my mouth. My lips would tremble. My left side of my mouth was sagged. My speech was slurred, and it was just totally embarrassing, and I experienced a great deal of shame with that. It totally changed my social life. I did not want to interact with the world. I just wanted to stay inside and hide. People would ask me if I had when I had a stroke, not if I had a stroke. And I went to several doctors and was told I didn't have a stroke, but they didn't have a name to put to what I was experiencing. And then I went to my mental health clinician, and he said, "You're suffering from TD." And it felt absolutely fabulous to have a name to go with what I was suffering from. And I realized that I can take care of TD and my mental health, and I do not have to make a choice between the two. And that's just really terrific.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for opening up to us about your condition, Sherlyn. What are you doing now to live with the condition? Are you on different medication? Is there a treatment plan?
Well, I'm here to share my personal journey. As far as treatment plans, I will pass that to Dr. Jan.
Sure, sure. Happy to talk about it. So, Andrew, you are right. You don't want to live with this if you can help it. So, the treatment plan nowadays often includes continuing the person on their appropriate underlying disorders treatment, which could be antipsychotic medications. And now we have a medication like Austedo, which the FDA approved some years ago. And I'm very pleased to be speaking on behalf of Teva regarding Austedo. But Andrew, here's something really cool that's happened recently, which is Austedo XR got approved by the FDA, which is once a day, one pill once a day treatment for it. Obviously, you want to think about both the safety and efficacy, but with this medication, the approval is for us to use it along with other meds that are necessary for a patient's well-being. We have 3-year data. We have to always keep safety and efficacy equally in mind. And it will be important to remember that side effects could include things like, could be multiples, but it could include things like sleep difficulties, nasopharyngitis. But we do have 3-year data that shows benefits to the tardive dyskinesia movements for our patients, while at the same time not harming their underlying disorder by stopping medications that the person might need.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Jane, but is this just this condition, this TD condition? This is a side effect of antipsychotic medication. Is that right?
It is. It is. I personally have, besides being a psychiatrist, I personally have 3 family members who take these medications, and it radically helps them. I mean, a couple of them I think are alive because of these medications. But you said it right. For some people, there can be this side effect. So what do? Well, you can't ignore the underlying condition. But if this does appear, tardive dyskinesia does appear, we're living in a time in this world where that can be identified accurately and treated accurately. And that's why I'm very interested in making sure, along with Ms. Sherlyn, that people know about this disorder and know if it happens, we clinicians, along with patients, can do something to help them.
I'm so glad both of you came on the digital desk. We have thousands of people that watch here across 3 states, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Arkansas. We're getting the word out here. Dr. Jean, where can we get more information about TD and ways to treat it?
Thank you, Andrew, for making such a strong case for knowledge. Knowledge is power. And those citizens who are listening to you in those 3 states, they are being empowered by what you are sharing with them. And a great website to go visit would be austedo.com, and I'll spell that, AUSTEDO.com. It's chock full of good information, and I really like this website. It encourages and educates at the same time.
Miss Peterson, I want to give you the last word. Anything you would like to say to maybe someone out there that perhaps has these same kind of conditions? Any advice or words of encouragement to that person?
Yes. In my case, I took care of my TD and my mental health, and I did not have to make a choice. And whoever is listening, you can make that um, decision as well.
All right, Sherlyn Peterson and Dr. Rakesh Jain, we really appreciate your time here on the Digital Desk. Thank you so much for the knowledge that you passed along to us and our viewers this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Digital Desk, I'm Andrew Douglas. Have you thought about having a will? Perhaps you already have one. Well, so many people wait. They wait for life-changing events, health scares, maybe property purchases, parenthood, you starting to have kids. They wait for those moments in order to consider having a will, but it's so important to have because that's really allowing you to ensure your final wishes are honored. And instead of going somewhere else or instead of things happening where you don't want them to happen, your wishes are honored in a legal will. So how hard is it to get a will? How much does it cost? Is it very time consuming? Let's bring in someone to help us navigate this issue. I'm joined right now by Ashley Robinson. She's a senior director at LegalZoom. They do all kinds of wills for us. She's joining us on the Digital Desk. Ashley, good morning to you. So for our audience right now, can you tell us exactly what a will is and how important it is to have this kind of legal document? Good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning. So think of your will like your personal playbook for what happens after you leave the party. It's a legal document that outlines how you want your treasures divvied up after you're gone. That could be your bank accounts, your real estate, your favorite guitar, even your beloved pets. But why is it important? Well, if you do not have an estate plan in place, the state's default settings could kick in and they would decide how things would be divided up. And in some rare cases, everything you own could end up in the hands of the state. So, to avoid all of that potential family drama and definitely lost time and money, by getting that will in place, you are protecting what matters the most to you and your loved ones and your legacy.
Yeah, the last thing we want is for all of our property, our estate to go to the state or somewhere else where we don't want it to go. So,
Yeah.
when do we actually say, when's the best time to say, okay, I'm going to make a will, I'm going to have it done this week or this month? Is there a certain time when people should do it?
I think August 15th is a great time to do it. The month of August is National Make a Will Month. This is a perfect time to get this process started. And you're absolutely right. Most Americans procrastinate. And in fact, 2 out of 3 Americans don't have a will at all. And so a lot of them are procrastinating for those big milestones or even a really scary medical incident. You shouldn't wait. Don't wait for those milestones to give you that nudge. Get it started today. We've got great deals. Basic will starting at $89 for the month of August.
Wow, that's nothing. Let's talk about some of those misconceptions because a lot of people think, oh, well, it's so complicated. It costs way too much. It's kind of morbid. I don't want to think about this. Let's navigate through some of those misconceptions.
Absolutely. So there's 2 major misconceptions that really keep people from getting their wills in place. The first is they think they don't need it. They think they're either too young or there's not enough money in the bank account. But the fact is anyone at any stage of life or income level should be really thinking about their estate plan. You can be as young as 18 to have a will in place. The second misconception is that they think it costs a fortune to get the will together. And as I mentioned, we have processes that make that easy and affordable to everybody, and you don't have to go to a lawyer's office to get it done.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, can you do it on your own? Do you need an attorney? What would you recommend for someone? We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, Ashley, and they're probably thinking, well, gosh, I don't have time to hang out at an attorney's office for 5 hours. How do we do this?
Absolutely. Well, yes, you can do it on your own, and we've got some great do-it-yourself wills through our website, but having an attorney available to help really gives you peace of mind. The way I like to think about it is whether you should cut your own hair. Should you cut your own hair? You can, but should you? Not really. Looking to an expert to help you through that process will really give you that peace of mind. And particularly for a will, they'll make sure the paperwork is filled out properly so it will be rock solid to hold up in court. We have a great network of attorneys that can help customers across all 50 states, unlimited revisions, advice, and as we said, no trips to a lawyer's office required.
Where do people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to a will? I know some people out there, they might think, well, I'll just put it down, to anyone who reads this, this is my last will and testament. I mean, is that one of the mistakes they do? What are some other mistakes?
I think the biggest mistake is not having a will, right? As we talked about, it's so important to have. If you want to keep your legacy intact, if you want to make sure your loved ones are taken care of after you're gone, having a will really is the ultimate way to protect what matters most.
Okay, so we've talked about a number of different things here. If someone's watching and they want maybe 3 basic headlines of what to do, just some bullet points, where would they start?
Well, the best place to start really is LegalZoom.com. We've got great deals this month through the month of August, National Make a Will Month, where you can start the process really early on. But if someone is trying to determine is a will or a trust the right thing for me, talking to an attorney and figuring out what's best for your scenario and what the legacy is that you want to leave behind, that's really the way to do it. So anyone can go to LegalZoom.com to find out more.
Okay, Ashley Robinson, thank you for spelling this out for us. Really made it easy to understand. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, another to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. So let's talk about these intoxilizers. They are machines that are being distributed all across the state of Mississippi. In fact, the Mississippi Department of State Safety just released a news release to us talking about these intoxilizers, these 9,000 machines all across the state. I'm joined right now by the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety for the state of Mississippi, Sean Tiddell, on the Action News 5 digital desk. Sean, good morning to you. So tell me why these machines are being distributed all across the state of Mississippi. Was there a big need? Tell me more. Good morning.
Good morning. Absolutely, there was a big need. We've been operating in Mississippi with the Intoxilizer 8000s for the last 20 years. And the reality is a lot of those machines have become outdated. The software had gotten to the point where it couldn't match up to the hardware. So we knew we needed the new version of these machines out there and making our road safe by getting drunk drivers off the road. So we went through a procurement process where we were able to secure new Intoxilizer 9000s, and we've been getting those machines programmed, and we just started having classes, and we will be doing a rollout through the entire um, month of October, putting one in every county in the state of Mississippi. Then we'll follow up, putting them in multiple cities across the state.
So, Sean, my idea of that is kind of like a modern day breathalyzer, right? I mean, this is, from what I understand, a modern infrared based breath alcohol instrument. Is that right? Because our public might not know that term, intoxilizer.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's certainly an upgrade over the old machines. Just the technology that we have compared to what we had 20 years ago gives us a, a lot better product and a lot better analysis than what we had in the past. In so much as, even if there might not be anything on somebody's breath, it actually picks up through the blood that goes through your system and into your breath, is able to pick that up with the infrared technology. So it really is an amazing machine, and one in which, again, once somebody gets put on it and it has to breathe into it, we'll be able to detect their use of alcohol and get drunk drivers off our road. Which, even with things like Uber and other things that a lot of folks are using instead of driving drunk like they used to in the past, we still have habitual drunk drivers that get out on our roads. And we're still charging a lot of folks with it. And unfortunately, it's causing a lot of deaths on our roadways when these drunk drivers get into these fatal accidents.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems to be a pervasive situation that you see all across the Mid South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas. I mean, it really doesn't hold any boundaries. So how are they used? Are they used like a breathalyzer? When an officer approaches a vehicle, they suspect something, they do some tests, and then it's implemented? How's it going to be used?
Well, the way the process generally works is law enforcement will make observations uh, into the individual and determine as to whether or not they think there's any probable cause to proceed with additional investigation. And that's when you usually see the field sobriety test take place, where the officers making somebody and asking them to do a one-legged stand, the eye test, and the walk and turn. And then from there, the officers generally have what's called a portable breathalyzer machine. And that just establishes, again, further probable cause. And then eventually they will put them on the Intoxilizer 9000 machine. And these will be located at our sheriff's offices across the state. But eventually we'll be putting them out again in the cities. And we will have mobile units that will have them available so that we can bring them and put them right on the side of the road, so that you're not having to transport an individual back to the sheriff's office to do the Intoxilizer machine at the station. So again, this is the beginning of the rollout. We're hopeful to have over 250 eventually out in the field, and we will have some mobile units that will be available to come to the scene when we have a suspected drunk driver.
I suspect these are very accurate compared to the old machines. What do you want the public to know about this?
Well, and they are accurate. And I'll say this about the 8000. It served its purpose. It was an accurate machine as well. But I think what we'll see with the 9000, it has further capabilities. And most importantly, look, we don't want to write DUI tickets. And we don't want to, what we want is to get drunk drivers off the road. And so what we would encourage people to do is, if you're going to be drinking and you're going out with some friends, find a designated driver, or take an Uber or take a cab, but don't drink and drive. I mean, the last thing that we want to do is go out there and issue a DUI. We'd rather you not be drinking and driving. But know this: if that's the choice you make, we're enhancing those efforts in Mississippi. And if we catch a drunk driver, we're going to arrest you, and we're going to work with our prosecutors to ensure that you're prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I'm a former state senator. I work closely with Senator Parker from DeSoto County. And a few years ago, we even instituted a DUI fourth law in Mississippi. If you get 4 DUIs in your lifetime in this state, you're looking at a 10-year felony charge. And so I know he and I both are very proud of that legislation, and I'm proud to be in the position I am now as Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety to further our efforts to get drunk drivers off our road and protect those that are trying to drive on our interstates and highways and state roads from being hurt or harmed by drunk drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. And with Uber and Lyft, the advent of those two, there's no reason to get behind the wheel at all, even if you've had a sip. Sean, we really appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for letting us know and shedding a light on these new machines and letting the public know, hey, look, if you're going to do this, we're going to find you, catch you, and we're going to prosecute you. Anything else before we let you go?
No, we appreciate you. Appreciate you helping us get the word out about this. And I would encourage everybody in Tennessee and Mississippi, stay safe, be vigilant. And again, if you're going to go out with your friends, we want you to have a good time, but get a designated driver or make a plan to get home safe by using Uber or other services.
Okay, Sean Tedell, Department of Public Safety Commissioner, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Hopefully you're having a solid start to your Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. Meteorologist Eric Brill in for meteorologist Patrick Ellis. And we have a good day of weather ahead here. Temperatures will climb into the middle to upper 40s across western Tennessee. 48 for Selma for an afternoon high. 48 for Covington and 46 degrees in Dyersburg. Anticipating Memphis to climb up to 50 degrees with those mostly sunny skies around across northern Mississippi. Yeah, good looking day ahead. 50 degrees for Ripley. 48 for Corinth. 48 for Ashland. 48 for Hernando. And some lower 50s along Highway 278 from Clarksdale into Oxford. Mostly sunny skies, and well, that's the name of the game here in northeast Arkansas as well, as we will be seeing some middle to upper 40s, 46 for Marion, Forest City, as well as Mariana, 48 degrees for Helena, West Helena, so can't be too upset about those conditions and those temperatures across the Mid-South. No surprise, as we move into tonight, it will be colder as some middle 20s. That is what we are expecting here for Wednesday morning. 24 for Selma and Corinth, 24 for Somerville, 26 for Memphis, and 29 for Marks, Mississippi, while at northeast Arkansas and to Blytheville, an overnight low of 23 degrees is the expected overnight low. We do have some rain on the way here, and due to that, it is a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app as that interactive radar. Hopefully it was beneficial to you on Sunday with some of the snow that we saw flying around. Good chance it's going to be beneficial for Friday night and Saturday due to the next chance of rain. The showers by 1 p.m. on Friday will be approaching the central portion of Arkansas, sliding to the east through the evening hours and engulfing the Mid-South by 10 p.m. So if you have any sort of travel plans or conditions or things going on here for Friday night, good idea to have that First Alert weather app ready to go with that interactive radar, as we will be seeing some light to moderate showers engulf the Mid-South. We're not worried about severe weather or flooding or things of that nature. This just looks to be kind of prototypical light to moderate rain. That's about it. Saturday morning, the showers are lingering around here, and it won't be till about noon until we really start to see these clear out of the Mid-South, and well, cloudy skies are going to follow that up. Now, behind this, we are going to see another cold front move through pretty much on top of that disturbance, and that is going to usher in some colder conditions here across the Mid-South, and that is something that we will be keeping an eye on here, especially as we move towards Monday and Tuesday of next week, because look at our afternoon high temperatures, up to 56 for Thursday, 57 on Friday, 51 degrees the expected high for Saturday, and then 34 for Sunday, followed by 28 degrees on Monday. So it really will get quite a bit colder here all around the Mid-South for early next week. More so the reason to enjoy the next few days. 50 degrees the high for Tuesday, 44 for Wednesday, 56 for Thursday, followed by 57 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see some lower 50s for Saturday, followed by that chance of rain, though, from Friday night into Saturday. And I do think we will see some colder conditions for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, as those afternoon highs for Monday and Tuesday will be in the middle to upper 20s. Keep yourself warm out there, especially for early next week, and watch out for some showers late Friday into Saturday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There was a new survey. It was a national survey from Discover, and it said 80% of American consumers are anxious about their financial situation. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen this all across Memphis and the Mid-South time and again. Some of the factors involved: high inflation, everyday expenses, the economy, income, debt. Those are among the top stressors fueling the anxiety. Again, this is due to a national survey here from Discover. Financial stress is severe. Let's talk about ways to reduce that stress that we have so often in this economy and in this world that we live in. I'm joined right now by Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So, Dan, good morning to you. Tell me more about this national survey. I think it was your group that put it together.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. You mentioned the headline. 80% of Americans are feeling some level of financial anxiety. Perhaps not surprising, but it is certainly something we'd like to see come down over time. And unfortunately, that number has remained consistently high for the last 3 years. That 80% number is virtually the same result we've had for 3 years running. And at the top of the factors that are contributing to financial stress are high inflation and high everyday expenses, two things that are very closely associated with one another.
They certainly are. And where do you think, Dan, that people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, financial anxiety and making things worse? Where do people go wrong?
I think being unprepared is one thing. Ideally, everyone would have an emergency fund. But the other thing, if they're already in debt, is not believing that they can get out of it. So our survey found that 1/3 of Americans don't expect to ever get out of debt. And that's quite discouraging. I'm more of an optimist, and I believe that there's quite a bit that people can do, from making a budget, but also to potentially taking out a consolidation loan that might allow them to lower the rate that they're paying on their debt so they can get out of it faster.
Yes, I've heard that. That is a great idea and suggestion. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some ways to minimize that stress, that anxiety that we all have, or many of us have, I should say, around our financial situation, Dan.
Yeah, so we found that Gen Z, for example, 42% of them don't even want to look at their financial statements or their bank statements. That's not going to be a winning strategy. So you have to get out your bank statements and you have to start with a solid budget. You want to have a good understanding of everything that's coming in, of course, but also where it's going so that you can put those dollars to work as hard as they can for you. And if possible, eliminating expenses is going to allow you to allocate more of your hard-earned income towards paying down debt. That's the key. You got to put more towards debt so you can get out of debt faster.
So does that mean, I know some people out there that, they'll say, well, I have this huge car payment and I have this mortgage that I got to pay and I got 3 kids and they have their expenses. And so I need to take a second or a third job. I mean, What do you tell someone like that? We have thousands of people that watch here on the Action News 5 digital desk, Dan, and they're probably wondering a little bit of the same. Where do we begin?
Yeah, I think that stress is understandable. It's been challenging. Incomes have not kept pace with the rising costs out there. And so you have to be prepared and you have to understand your options. That's what I tell people is that they can do it. And they want to look at ways that they can reduce the cost of their debt and be prepared for anything that might come at them in an unexpected way. You know, a water heater can go out at any minute. You have to have a plan so that you're ready to confront those things and not put yourself into a deeper hole.
Okay, so if we're doing bullet points right here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the top bullet point needs to be create a cash reserve account. And that's for any kind of emergencies out there. Take me through maybe 2 more or 3 more bullet points.
Yeah, so an emergency fund is going to give you that cushion for when something comes. That's the top of the list. The next thing is to make a budget. There's so many different budgeting strategies out there, and there's different ways to go about it. But look up the one that you feel most comfortable with, pull out a pencil and paper, and understand each line item of your personal balance sheet. The next thing is to look for opportunities within that budget to allocate more money towards debt. And then the last thing I would say is to look for opportunities to reduce the interest rate you're paying on any debt. A consolidation loan is a great way to potentially get that win.
I like it. I like it. These are tangible options for our audience out there to start reducing debt and reducing that financial anxiety. Anything else you want to mention, Dan, before we let you go that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, what I would say is that when you're choosing a provider for a personal loan, you want to make sure that you pick one with no origination fee. An origination fee erodes how much of the cash from that loan you get in your pocket that you could put towards debt payments. And so if you took out a $20,000 loan and it had an origination fee, you might only get $18,000 in your pocket, but you'd be tasked with paying back the full 20. So look for a provider that's going to offer a loan with no origination fee. Discover Personal Loans is proud to offer such a product, and your audience can check their rate without any impact to their credit score at discoverpersonalloans.com.
DiscoverPersonalLoans.com. Managing debt, reducing financial anxiety. Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans. Really appreciate the tangible options that you gave us here. Great news you can use. Thanks so very much for coming on the digital desk. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and living with eczema. If you have it, or perhaps you have a family member that does, it can be so difficult and so very frustrating for those caught in that relentless cycle of chasing flares and the redness and the itchiness and the rashes that occur. And they can occur anywhere all over the body. The good news is there is a brand new once daily steroid-free cream that can really help manage and help control eczema so you can enjoy your summer and all throughout the year, all the months throughout the year. Let's bring in a board-certified dermatologist to talk about this new once daily cream. I'm joined now by Dr. Adam Friedman. He is on the digital desk, and Doctor, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about this issue and not only the issue of eczema, living with it and some of the difficulties, but this new breakthrough. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. No, thanks so much for having me here. And you teed it up perfectly. This is one of the most common chronic relapsing inflammatory skin diseases that also commonly imparts a horrific impact on quality of life and also skin. And to your point that it can occur anywhere on the body and the spectrum of clinical presentations is so diverse, making the right diagnosis can be a challenge. And so for me, one of the helpful clues when trying to distinguish this from other things, the itch of atopic dermatitis really stands out as an itch that feels amazing to scratch, but not so amazing because that scratching will actually make the condition worse, but also add a level of ostracism because people will say, well, just don't scratch, you'll get better. And that's absolutely not true. And that actually adds to the burden of disease by saying something like that. So that's why I've partnered with Arcutis to really raise awareness about the condition, but also to your point, talk about new options that can really get this under control.
Okay, so let's talk about that, doctor, because we know that the summer months, that's kind of when a lot of people that live with eczema, those that condition tends to flare up, doesn't it?
It can, so the physical heat, which we've had plenty of, the sweating that ensues, but also products we use to protect ourselves from the sun and from bugs, all of those can uniquely worsen active disease or even wake it up to begin with. But this is a year-round problem. Different elements, different environmental factors can trigger this. So patients are are worrying about the next flare even during a flare, which it absolutely sounds horrible. That's a really horrible way to live in terms of foreseeing when this is even going to get worse. And the summer can certainly do that.
So let's talk about ways that people can care for their skin if they have eczema throughout the year, whether it's winter, summer, spring, fall, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so there's some basic rules that apply year-round for everyone. First is limit soap use and make sure you're using a soap that is meant for someone with eczema. It actually will say it on the bottle. More importantly, apply a moisturizer to damp skin, to trap water into the skin, as dry skin is a central piece of this condition, and your skin needs a little bit of water in there for it to make itself correctly. Now, these are great, but often don't cut it. And that's where FDA-approved medications, whether it be topical or even systemic, meaning they work from the inside out, can be extraordinarily impactful. And the most recent one that was just approved is called Zoryve or Roflumilast, 0.15% cream that is indicated for once a day use for mild to moderate eczema for those 6 and up. And remember, this affects so many ages. It's important to have options that can be used across that spectrum.
Where can people go to learn more information about this new medication, maybe some of the side effects? Are there any, by the way, and where can they go?
Yeah, so first off, easy answer. You can go to Zoryve, ZORYVE.com for more information about the medication and atopic dermatitis. In terms of safety, overall, very well tolerated. The most common side effects included headache, nausea, and site application pain. But this only occurred in roughly a few percent of those studied. And we're talking about a study over 1,000 people in number. So when you have a study that size, it gives you a lot of confidence about the data with respect to how a drug will behave in individuals suffering with this condition.
Anything else, Dr. Freeman, you'd like to mention with regards to living with eczema, how to take care of your skin, this new medication? Anything else?
Yeah, I think this is the era of eczema. Just 10, 15 years ago, we had very limited options, and now there's so much attention being paid to this condition. Also, it's important to note that someone suffering eczema is not on their own island. This condition can affect the entire family because of its impact on sleep, school, job, you name it. So getting it under control and maintaining that control is of the utmost importance for everyone.
Okay, Dr. Adam Freeman, board certified dermatologist, we appreciate your time. Thank you for illuminating us to some of the new treatments for eczema and best practices. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to talk about risk factors, warning signs of a stroke and blood clotting concerns. This came to light, especially when a famous Hollywood actress had some blood clots during her pregnancy. Let's bring in Memphis Lobato Healthcare's stroke program director. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Balagi Krishnaya. He is with us to talk more about this issue. So, Doctor, let's talk about what happened to this Hollywood actress and then ways that people can prevent it from happening to them. Good morning.
Morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me today. My name is Bala Krishnaya, and the thing I want to talk to you today is about a specific kind of stroke that this Hollywood actress had suffered. It's I would call this a silent stroke because this is not a common kind of a stroke that we see in day-to-day life. Only 1% of all the strokes that we see is what she dealt with is called cerebral venous sinus thrombosis. And I would say how this is different from a normal stroke that we see is I would see that there are two kinds of blood vessels that we have. It's like highways in our body. There's one highway which takes the blood from the heart to the brain, which carries oxygen-rich blood. And there's another highway returning from the brain back to the heart for purification. And she had a clot in the venous system in the highway coming back from the brain to the heart.
Gotcha. And so, for people who are watching, layman's terms here, Doctor, I mean, who's most at risk here? Because from my understanding, she had it during her pregnancy. I think she was 8 months along. She had this blood clot in her brain. It sounds a terrible, life-threatening issue, right?
It is. It definitely is. If you see, even though it's like a rare and it's only 1% of strokes, but in a specific population, especially women when reproductive age, they're under 3 times more risk to form this clot compared to a normal population. The reason for that is due to changes that the body goes through during pregnancy. It puts any women at high risk of forming clots. And if they take oral contraceptive pills, and it increases the risk for them to form clots. Dehydration is one of the common risks that we see. Anemia is one of the common risks that can make one prone to form clots because this actress was 8 months pregnant, and that's one of the reasons probably she formed the clot.
Okay, and if people are wondering, we're talking about Wonder Woman actress Gail Gadot here, who was very public about what happened to her in her 8th month of pregnancy. So, Doctor, let's talk about ways that people can treat this or treatment options, preventable options if they do exist.
Yeah. So the key here is the faster the diagnosis, the better the prognosis is. So it's tricky for the physicians to diagnose it. If you see the median time for diagnosis from the time the symptoms start is 7 days. The reason is it mimics other neurological conditions and it makes the diagnosis difficult. But for people who are watching, the things that you can look for is the most common symptoms that one may have is headache. If you do not get headaches, if you're on contraceptive pills, or if you're pregnant or post pregnancy, and if you have unrelenting headache and it's completely new for you, that is something that you need to get medical attention. The second most common symptom for this condition is like seizures. If you never had a seizures in life, out of nowhere you're having a seizures, that this could be a cause. And third thing is confusion. They're not acting right, and that is another thing. And then slowly progressive any symptoms, droopy face, difficulty talking, arm weakness, leg weakness, then that could be a sign that you're having this clot in the brain that needs to be taken care of. And treatment wise, blood thinners are the mainstay of treatment. And then, and also sometimes we may need to treat an infection which could cause these clots. And in those times, we may need to put you on antibiotics. But the mainstay of treatment is blood thinners for a few months.
Dr. Krishnaya, is that the best way to reduce your risk in all this? I mean, blood thinners, are there other options?
So there are certain scenarios where we may have to go with a smaller catheter and pull the clot out when it's a severe form of stroke. But the mainstay of treatment at this point is blood. When we diagnose the patient with this clot, then blood thinner is the mainstay. There's a certain group of people who may need a brain surgery if there's a significant bleed, and then we need to decompress it. But the treatment of option that we have is a blood thinner.
Is there anything else you want to mention to the thousands of people who watch us each and every morning on the Action News 5 digital desk? What is the underlying theme, Doctor, that you want to pass along to our viewers this morning?
I would say this is kind of women's hidden health risk. That pregnancy is something that the body goes through a lot of things, and then we don't want to. This can complicate the pregnancy. So, for women out there, make sure that when you're pregnant, you cannot be dehydrated, because that's one of the main risk of our predisposing factor for this kind of a stroke. I would strongly suggest make sure you're well hydrated. And if someone is on contraceptive pills, if you smoke along with contraceptive pills, it increases the risk of having this kind of stroke. So I would strongly advise you to quit smoking. And alcohol consumption is also a risk factor for this kind of stroke. I would significantly reduce the amount of alcohol, even consider quitting alcohol during these times. As long as you avoid these risk factors, the chances for you to form these clots is significantly low. There are conditions, genetically predisposed conditions, which can cause this stroke. There's nothing much we can do about it. But when you, in those scenarios, if you see any of these signs, headache, having a first-time seizure, or confusion, or any weakness, difficulty talking, please call 911 and get the medical attention right away.
Dr. Balaji Krishnaya, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks for spelling out some of the risk concerns, the signs, and treatment options for those dealing with stroke and blood clots. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hopefully you're having a solid start to your Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. Meteorologist Eric Brill in for meteorologist Patrick Ellis. And we have a good day of weather ahead here. Temperatures will climb into the middle to upper 40s across western Tennessee. 48 for Selma for an afternoon high. 48 for Covington and 46 degrees in Dyersburg. Anticipating Memphis to climb up to 50 degrees with those mostly sunny skies around across northern Mississippi. Yeah, good looking day ahead. 50 degrees for Ripley. 48 for Corinth. 48 for Ashland. 48 for Hernando. And some lower 50s along Highway 278 from Clarksdale into Oxford. Mostly sunny skies, and well, that's the name of the game here in Northeast Arkansas as well, as we will be seeing some middle to upper 40s, 46 for Marion, Forest City, as well as Mariana, 48 degrees for Helena, West Helena, so can't be too upset about those conditions and those temperatures across the Mid-South. No surprise, as we move into tonight, it will be colder as some middle 20s. That is what we are expecting here for Wednesday morning. 24 for Selma and Corinth, 24 for Somerville, 26 for Memphis, and 29 for Marks, Mississippi, while at Northeast Arkansas and to Blytheville, an overnight low of 23 degrees is the expected overnight low. We do have some rain on the way here, and due to that, it is a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, as that interactive radar, hopefully it was beneficial to you on Sunday with some of the snow that we saw flying around. Good chance it's going to be beneficial for Friday night and Saturday due to the next chance of rain. The showers by 1 p.m. on Friday will be approaching the central portion of Arkansas, sliding to the east through the evening hours and engulfing the Mid-South by 10 p.m. So if you have any sort of travel plans or conditions or things going on here for Friday night, good idea to have that First Alert weather app ready to go with that interactive radar, as we will be seeing some light to moderate showers engulf the Mid-South. We're not worried about severe weather or flooding or things of that nature. This just looks to be kind of prototypical light to moderate rain. That's about it. Saturday morning, the showers are lingering around here, and it won't be till about noon until we really start to see these clear out of the Mid-South, and well, cloudy skies are going to follow that up. Now, behind this, we are going to see another cold front move through pretty much on top of that disturbance, and that is going to usher in some colder conditions here across the Mid-South, and that is something that we will be keeping an eye on here, especially as we move towards Monday and Tuesday of next week. Because look at our afternoon high temperatures, up to 56 for Thursday, 57 on Friday, 51 degrees the expected high for Saturday, and then 34 for Sunday, followed by 28 degrees on Monday. So it really will get quite a bit colder here all around the Mid-South for early next week. More so the reason to enjoy the next few days. 50 degrees the high for Tuesday, 44 for Wednesday, 56 for Thursday, followed by 57 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see some lower 50s for Saturday, followed by that chance of rain, though, from Friday night into Saturday. And I do think we will see some colder conditions for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, as those afternoon highs for Monday and Tuesday will be in the middle to upper 20s. Keep yourself warm out there, especially for early next week, and watch out for some showers late Friday into Saturday. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is a gorgeous day today as you take a look from our high five camera there outside of our Midtown Memphis studios at 8:32, 29 chilly degrees. Certainly a beautiful day ahead with lots of sunshine. Let's get it kicked off with our own sunshine. Dr. Talisa Franklin joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Talisa, it's a great morning, isn't it? Good morning.
It is an amazing, great morning right here in the Bluff City. You already know.
Exactly. So what's going on in your world?
Let me tell you, I'm all geeked up about MLK weekend. I always get excited about MLK weekend because it's always like the big event that kicks off the year, and we all just celebrate what Dr. King has done for all of us, not just as a city, but as a world. And so this weekend, we want to invite people because we know some of the disparities that he will mainly talk about was our health and our wellness. And so I'm super excited on this Saturday. Leadership Memphis and Volunteer Memphis, it does it again. They will be hosting the Health and Wellness event at the Hollywood Community Center on this Saturday. What will happen on this Saturday? Let me tell y'all, we will have vaccinations because y'all know many people are getting a little sicky, health screening, community resources, and family friendly activities. This event is always a knockout thriller for our community because it means so much when everybody pull together and we create an amazing way that we care like King, right? So I love it that we're caring like King in our community. I love it that Volunteer Memphis and Leadership Memphis is doing the same. Shout out to the new president, Dr. Bobby White, and the entire team that is over there that is working hard behind the scenes to make sure we continue to bring quality events to our community. I want to definitely send a shout out to Alyssa Nicaro that is doing so much work to make sure that we in our communities have the best events ever. And so definitely make sure that you join in. If you're available this Saturday, come out and let's celebrate and care like King. It's going to be free health and wellness, community resources, family-friendly activities at the Hollywood Community Center from noon to 2 o'clock at 1560 North Hollywood. And then save the date. We all know Monday is the official King's Day. And so I want to celebrate Commissioner Charlie Caswell and so many other brothers that is leading the Men of Impact. This event will be very, very pivotal in our community. We're calling on 300 men to join for the Black Men Summit and the Black Policy Agenda. Listen, it's going to happen at Bill Street Landing, 251 Riverside Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38131, just right downtown. But listen, just if you want more information or just to go ahead and say, I'm going to be one of those men, Salisa, go ahead and text 901 236 4604. Again, that number is 901 236 4604 and say, I want to be a part of those 100 men to all come together for Men of Impact. This is your call to action. It's happening from 8 a.m. to 12. At least you got a whole great day of activities. Make sure we get there. Love to Dr. Charlie Caswell, County Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, Ambassador Ricky Floyd, Will Richardson, and Fathers First Memphis. These men have all pulled their time, their talents, and their resources together to make sure we have a quality event for men to come together and so they can think of strategy and policies, how we can best serve our communities and how they can best serve the families. And then all day, you get to go to the National Civil Rights Museum and enjoy, y'all. I love it. I love it. So I'll be there at the National Civil Rights Museum that afternoon. So we will be celebrating King Day all day. Thanks to FedEx, it's free admission, so you have no excuse. Take the kiddos, take grandma and grandpa to King's Day, and let us all do it together. I cannot wait to see you all there at the National Civil Rights Museum. I have a great time just meeting people and talking to people, and just really having those conversations about King Day and all the different things and how we have really progressed, especially right here in Memphis. And so it's all about the community. If you know anything about me, baby, I care about the community. So it's definitely community over chaos for me. So I can't wait to stand with others as we stand together for solutions to bring our community together, Andrew. It's going to be a great weekend because it's all about King Day, King Weekend. It's going to be great, I must say.
It is, and not only that, but it's upon us. You know, it's just a few days away, and it gets us into the spirit this time of year. It's a great way to kick off 2025. We appreciate it, Talisa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, another live look from our High Five camera downtown Memphis as we go to break on this Tuesday, a chilly one, but it is gorgeous outside, as you can see right now. 29 degrees at 8:37. We're back in 60 seconds. Douglas, we are always trying to look for optimal mental health and looking for different ways, maybe different hacks, lifestyle changes, that sort of thing. Well, there is some new research out there that suggests that connecting with your spiritual side may be the answer to optimal health. Let's bring in someone to talk more about that aspect to it. I'm joined now by Renee Dillard. She is the Director of Community Behavioral Health for Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Renee, good morning to you. So tell me more about spiritual well-being and that connection to optimal mental health. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. It's wonderful to be with you today, and I appreciate the opportunity for this good conversation. Especially over the past few years, during and coming through the COVID-19 pandemic, we find ourselves in a season where we can imagine that really every person we meet is dealing with something. I think that experience of the pandemic in many ways revealed some realities about our mental health and then exacerbated some symptoms related to mental health. One unexpected gift of that season is that while stigma is still present related to mental illness and mental health concerns, we are more open talking about it. And I think that includes within our faith communities as well. So while that stigma is still present, our faith communities are a wonderful place to have that conversation. And there is more and more awareness now that many of the religious life practices and spiritual practices that have been present really for millennia now are also good for our mental well-being too. Our religious life is a place where we are really grounded and anchored in some of our shared values. And when I say values, I really mean just focus on what is meaningful for us, what is most important, and what matters for us. And those spaces also help us keep moving in that direction towards what is meaningful and towards what matters the most.
So, Renee, I mean, here we are, we're smack dab in the middle of the Bible Belt, and there are plenty of people, I'm sure, saying right now, of course, yes. I mean, in order to find that optimal mental health, you need to have that spiritual side, and you need to make it a priority in order to find it. What does that look like exactly? And what kind of studies suggest that spirituality is the key to mental health?
One that was interesting that came out fairly recently was through the Fetzer Institute. And I'll preface this by saying that there is evidence that some of our religious membership, like in a church or a synagogue or mosque, may be waning for some of the organized religious paths that we've had to us. And yet that part of who we are is still alive and vibrant and well. This Fetzer Institute study came out in 2023, coming out of the pandemic, and revealed that 88% of Americans still practice at least one spiritual or religious practice at least one time per week. And you mentioned here in Memphis, we have a strong and vibrant faith community here. We see evidence of that often. And even the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, recognizes the preventive and proactive factors that are connected with religious and spiritual life, helping to bolster our mental health as well. In many ways, I think that comes for a couple of reasons. One, a lot of those practices are grounded in community and connection. And we also know of late, there's been a lot that's been reported and said about what's almost an epidemic of loneliness in our society. And faith communities are a place to dispel that loneliness. It's a place for us to connect and to support one another throughout life's highs and lows. And then the personal practices that are connected with spirituality and with religion, practices of prayer and meditation, of contemplation, of silence, and then our shared practices of worship together, outreach and service together. All of these practices help foster good spiritual health and well-being, and they also impact our mental emotional health. You know, we think of our health in a compartmentalized way, like what do I need to do to be physically healthy and whole? What do I need for my mental emotional health? What do I need for my spiritual health? And yet we are also one person and one body. So just as the things that I do for my physical health, like good exercise and nutrition, benefit my mental health, the same is true for our spiritual health and well-being. those practices, especially even the small practices over time, help keep us centered and grounded and give us a sense of connection and belonging.
So let's spell it out for people out there who may be tuning in and watching us and saying, okay, I need more mental health stability in my life. I need better mental health. I want to start this journey with getting first my spiritual mental health and my spirituality correct. How do they begin this process? And spell it out for them, maybe some bullet points.
Thank you. I think one thing to remember is that many of us are connected to a faith community, perhaps a particular church or synagogue, mosque, some other community of faith. And yet, whether we are connected in that way or not, we are all spiritual beings. So, finding ways to foster that sense of meaning and connection in our life through what can be small practices done with great intention. So it could be a moment of meditation and prayer daily. It could be recognizing that I do miss being part of a faith community and seeking out a community where there is good mutual support within that space, a space where when the losses of life happen, as they will, we're not alone in that and we have people to guide us. So starting small and then building on those practices will yield great benefit.
Well, I think there's a great benefit for our audience this morning. Great conversation, Renee Dillard. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and at some point in our lives, you're going to have to deal with getting a new car, or at least a new car for you. At some point, you're going to have to say, it's time to trade in the old one, or it's time to sell the new one, and now I got to figure out what I should get for my next ride. What should you get? There are so many options out there, and sometimes that whole process can be very intimidating. And we're not just talking about something that's intimidating for a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old. This is for every age group. It's daunting when you think about what car you should get, how many miles should it have, should you get a used car, should you get a new car, what should you do with your trade-in, what should you do if you want to sell your car? Well, I have the perfect interview for you to really just kind of bring it down to layman's terms of what we can do and better, find a way to empower all those consumers out there that are in the market for a car. Let's bring in Stan Norton. He is the CEO of City Auto. He is also someone who sits on the board of the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission. Stan, I appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. How are you this morning?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. I'm doing very well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So where do we begin on this? At what point does a person say, okay, I think I might need a new car, and where should we start with that process? Because it is very daunting.
It is daunting. First, Andrew, let me just offer a disclaimer here. Even though I sit on the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission today, the information offered today is my opinion. It's not an official statement from the state of Tennessee, so I have to offer that. But yeah, it is a daunting task to purchase a vehicle. It's the second largest asset an individual will buy. So you just start from the beginning. You know, what is your need? What do you want? And then, of course, the internet has made that very opportunistic to search for that. So I think the average consumer spends like something like 100 hours online just to make a purchase, only to go to less than 2 dealerships to find what they want. So it's just something that it comes down to needs and wants. But the internet's a good place to start. So do it all your research. So you know, in new cars, I mean, the average cost of a new car is $47,000. A used car is $26,000. So you start there, and that equates to a payment. So you know, everybody's got a different need or a want. So you know, there's a lot of things to determine when you're going to search for a car. You know, and there's the obvious tips when you start to look for. Once you decide what you want, you got to find a dealer. You know, and I would recommend finding a licensed dealer, someone who's reputable, and you can find that by searching online. There's all kinds of reputation tools online, like the Better Business Bureau. There's Google reviews. There's all kinds of things you can look to start finding a dealer. And once you find that dealer,
Yeah.
you gotta do a lot of research, right? You gotta do. There's a lot of research to be done.
Yeah, let me ask you something, Stan. Let me just jump in real quick. I know that there are some times, and this is just the question, some times of the year are better than others to be in the market for a new car or a used car. Can you talk a little bit about that, maybe when the best times are during the year?
I get that question asked a lot. There's really not a better time. I mean, you know, I've been doing this 38 years. You know, the model changes can be an opportunity to find a better deal if there's a transition in the body style. But I mean, that's a tough one. Really, there's no really good time. I mean, I hear the end of the year closeouts. I mean, I guess I can't say there's really a better time to buy a car. Now, we just went through the pandemic, and that created some challenges from supply and demand. But you know, the supply and demand is pretty consistent now and it normalized. But I mean, really not a good time. The time is just when is the best time for you? There's not really a peak or a valley for the supply and demand of that. So I guess I say there's not a better time than today. Today's a good day to buy a car.
What about being in the car market? At what point do you, the consumer, the driver, say, I think I may need a new car? Are there some factors involved that that the consumer needs to ask themselves and then answer themselves and say, okay, yeah, I might be in I might need a new ride?
Well, I think everybody's always looking for a car. It's like shopping for clothes. People drive down the street and they see something they like. So subconsciously, you know, people always aspire to buy something new, but it comes down to wants and needs. And one of the things we see quite often is a person that they pay their car off and they don't have a car payment, but they start occurring deferred maintenance issues. Things start to break because typically when they pay their car off, it's got higher miles. So you know, it's a variation of things. It's wants and needs, but I mean we see it all. But more importantly, when they start breaking, people want to get rid of them. You know, we have city. I know we have 2 service departments, and we find people when they get a very high repair bill for something, the first thing they say, I think I'd be better off just going ahead and trading it. So, but you know, and then you got some people who like to trade every year to get a new car. So like it's just a wide variety of why anybody wants to shop, but thankfully they like to shop every day. It keeps us in business.
So that brings me to my next question. What is the difference? Like when do we decide, okay, we should sell our car out there on the market, maybe an online platform, or trade it in for that new ride that we want?
Well, the internet has given us a lot of options over the past years because it used to be you'd have to call your banker, they'd give you a book value, excuse me, and you go to the dealership and you'd explain, hey, I've got a book value. Well, they wouldn't tell you where to go get that book value, but now you have that opportunity. You can go do an online search, and there's a multitude of platforms that can give you an offer online, and they'll bring you a check and pick up the car. So but I would recommend as a consumer, that's the first thing you do is when if you've got to trade in, is try to find out what it's worth so you know when you show up at the dealership to trade it, you have a pretty good idea of what they're supposed to give you because you have gone online and gotten bids. And so it makes it a lot easier for the consumer. It takes a lot of the pressure off the car buying experience because, you know, that's part of the negotiation. What are you going to sell me your car for? And what are you going to give me for mine? And so this opportunity to go online takes care of that. So it's made our jobs easier, as well as just the overall, shopping online. When I said the average consumer goes to less than 2 dealerships to buy a car, that's because they've already gone online and they've compared prices and all the options they're looking for online. So a consumer has every tool at their fingertips to go to shop for a car. You just spend all that time doing research online, finding out what it is you want, the color, the miles, the equipment, the price, because it's all right there at your fingertips. And then you can shop for price as well. And then you get your valuation tools done online. So, I mean, it's pretty easy. It's made the car buying experience a lot simpler for the consumer because they come to the dealership prepared to buy a vehicle.
Right, exactly. We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 digital desk stand. And, you have said it several times that people need to do their research, their homework online first. That's best practices for someone that's in the car market. If you had maybe 2 or 3 other bullet points to give to consumers out there who are in the car market after, doing your research online, what else would you tell them?
Well, if you're going to buy a used car, and I find this all too often in my sector, in my business, and also we see it from the commission's perspective as well, is dealers. I would never buy a car from a dealer that sold a used car that sold it as is. That's disclosed. It's a federal. It's a buyer's guide. Law requires to be displayed in the window. If you see that and the dealer wants to sell you that as is, I wouldn't buy the car. I mean, you enter in an area where the dealer can hide behind the fact that he's selling it as is, and he's not responsible for anything that happens to that car after he takes it off the lot. So, most reputable dealers offer some sort of coverage that, it's a small coverage, generally anywhere from 1,000 miles to 6,000 miles, that it offers a stated coverage that protects the consumer if something is actually wrong with the vehicle. Now, there is all the other opportunities to extend that coverage further, but I mean, just beware. Don't, if you do buy a car as is, absolutely take it and let a mechanic check it out. Don't just take the dealer's word for it. I mean, there's a lot of good dealers out there. At City Auto, we work hard in our reputation. We've been in business 38 years to try to take care of our customers, and there's mostly dealers do that, but there are some characters out there that don't follow the rules and they hurt the consumer. So that would be a tip for sure, is make sure you don't buy a vehicle as is. But also, when you're shopping online, look for the dealer. There's a lot of information. Dealers all have online reputations, and it's easy to find it through the different platforms like Google or the Better Business Bureau. So if you'll look at those things, nobody's perfect. You're going to have issues because they're vehicles and they're man-made and they do break. But what makes a dealer different is how they handle that after the fact. Do you care about your customer? Are the customer going to be taken care of? So there's a lot to be considered in that. But to me, that would be the biggest thing, is make sure you find a good dealer. Do your research on the dealer itself as well as the car to make sure you get the best outcome.
Okay, he is Stan Norton, Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission and the COO of City Auto. Stan, we really appreciate the tips and advice you gave this morning here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hopefully you're having a solid start to your Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. Meteorologist Eric Brill in for meteorologist Patrick Ellis. And we have a good day of weather ahead here. Temperatures will climb into the middle to upper 40s across western Tennessee. 48 for Selma for an afternoon high. 48 for Covington and 46 degrees in Dyersburg. Anticipating Memphis to climb up to 50 degrees with those mostly sunny skies around across northern Mississippi. Yeah, good looking day ahead. 50 degrees for Ripley. 48 for Corinth. 48 for Ashland. 48 for Hernando. And some lower 50s along Highway 278 from Clarksdale into Oxford. Mostly sunny skies, and well, that's the name of the game here in northeast Arkansas as well, as we will be seeing some middle to upper 40s, 46 for Marion, Forest City, as well as Mariana, 48 degrees for Helena, West Helena. So can't be too upset about those conditions and those temperatures across the Mid-South. No surprise, as we move into tonight, it will be colder as some middle 20s. That is what we are expecting here for Wednesday morning. 24 for Selmer and Corinth, 24 for Somerville, 26 for Memphis, and 29 for Marks, Mississippi, while at Northeast Arkansas and to Blytheville, an overnight low of 23 degrees is the expected overnight low. We do have some rain on the way here, and due to that, it is a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, as that interactive radar hopefully was beneficial to you on Sunday with some of the snow that we saw flying around. Good chance it's going to be beneficial for Friday night and Saturday due to the next chance of rain. The showers by 1 p.m. on Friday will be approaching the central portion of Arkansas, sliding to the east through the evening hours and engulfing the Mid-South by 10 p.m. So if you have any sort of travel plans or conditions or things going on here for Friday night, good idea to have that First Alert weather app ready to go with that interactive radar, as we will be seeing some light to moderate showers engulf the Mid-South. We're not worried about severe weather or flooding or things of that nature. This just looks to be kind of prototypical light to moderate rain. That's about it. Saturday morning, the showers are lingering around here, and it won't be till about noon until we really start to see these clear out of the Mid-South, and cloudy skies are going to follow that up. Now, behind this, we are going to see another cold front move through pretty much on top of that disturbance, and that is going to usher in some colder conditions here across the Mid-South, and that is something that we will be keeping an eye on here, especially as we move towards Monday and Tuesday of next week. Because look at our afternoon high temperatures, up to 56 for Thursday, 57 on Friday, 51 degrees the expected high for Saturday, and then 34 for Sunday, followed by 28 degrees on Monday. So it really will get quite a bit colder here all around the Mid-South for early next week. More so the reason to enjoy the next few days. 50 degrees the high for Tuesday, 44 for Wednesday, 56 for Thursday, followed by 57 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see some lower 50s for Saturday, followed by that chance of rain, though, from Friday night into Saturday. And I do think we will see some colder conditions for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, as those afternoon highs for Monday and Tuesday will be in the middle to upper 20s. Keep yourself warm out there, especially for early next week, and watch out for some showers late Friday into Saturday. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I'm joined now by Reef Faberman, the Trust for America's Health Director of Strategic Communications and Policy Research. Good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about this new report that I'm hearing about epidemics of alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths. And give me the facts and the findings that surround this report. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is an annual report that Trust for America Health does, and we track the number of deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide, both at the national level and at the state level. And there's some good news at both of those levels, although the number of deaths over the last 2 decades has really increased at very alarming rates. We're up 142% in these deaths, alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths over the last 2 decades. So we have a lot of work to do. But for the very latest data, which is for 2022, there is a glimmer of some good news. Nationally, alcohol drugs are down 6%. And in Tennessee, these deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide are down across the board. Your alcohol deaths are down 2%, your drug overdose deaths are down 1%, and your suicide deaths are down 2%. So that's good news. However, we also need to remember that even with these reductions, over 6,400 people have died in Tennessee in 2022 from substance abuse or suicide.
How much is this related to the pandemic? I mean, I know we've been out of the pandemic now, but how much is it related to that?
Yeah, it's a good question because there is data that suggests that when we were able to come out of the pandemic, the public health emergency ended, people were able to get back to a more normal routine, going to an office, going to work, being able to socialize, going out to restaurants, etc. That helped people's sense of social isolation, any loneliness, because we did see very high increases, double-digit increases in alcohol and suicide deaths in 2020 and 2021. Now we see kind of a leveling off in 2022. So the end of the pandemic probably did impact these numbers.
So we have these numbers. They're extremely high, even though they aren't as high as they have been in the past. They are still extremely high. How do we bring it down?
Yeah, it's important to remember that even though we have seen a leveling off, the numbers across the last 2 decades are just astronomically high. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to invest in prevention programs and in the community conditions that allow people to thrive. We need to invest in harm reduction programs, things like readily available naloxone. Naloxone is a overdose reversal drug medication, and that needs to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl test strips need to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl is the largest driver of drug overdose. We also need to ensure that we have a mental health system in this country and a substance abuse prevention system that is large enough to meet all the need and that has the diversity and the language skills and the understanding of individual community culture to allow it to be really welcoming to anyone who needs help and effective for anyone who needs help.
What else can we talk about with regards to this study? And, you know, we've addressed this problem, this issue. It's still a mess when it comes to our area of West Tennessee and North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. What else can we talk about with solutions here?
Yeah, I would again point to the importance of a mental health services system that is as large as the scope of the problem. Many Americans, 53% of Americans, live in mental health workforce shortage areas, which means that if a person needs some kind of mental health services or substance abuse prevention services, they're likely put on a waiting list and they have to wait until they can get the services they need. That's something that really needs to be addressed. We also need to invest in prevention programs in schools. Schools are such a natural place to be able to help kids, to understand who needs help and the kind of help they need. So prevention programs in school, programs that teach coping skills and teach resilience, also very important.
Okay, Ms. Farman, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time and really just kind of analyzing this latest study that shows some progression, but still we got a long, long way to go. Thank you. Can I get a mic check? I can't hear anything. I can't hear anybody. Nope, not hearing anything.
And I'm
okay, now I hear you. Okay, stand
awesome.
by.
They hear me now.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. National School Choice Week 2025. It is approaching right now. More than 25,000 events nationwide will highlight the impact of school choice on families and communities. And this is a chance for many families out there to reflect on the challenges, successes, opportunities shaping the next chapter of K through 12 education. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Shelby Doyle. She is Vice President of Public Awareness at the National School Choice Awareness Foundation. Shelby, good morning to you. First off, let's talk a little bit about school choice and how much it's picked up over the last several years. I know that it is a very big issue here in the Mid-South where we are in West Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Good morning.
Yeah, you're 100% right. School choice has been growing over the last few decades, but in the last 3 years, particularly since the challenges and the recovery from the pandemic, we've seen huge growth in how many states offer the number of options they now do to families. And that's what I mean is open enrollment, charter, magnet, private, online, or home options. And so that really is a trend we're seeing, and I think it'll continue to grow in all 3 of the states you are covering.
Okay, we lost you a little bit because you froze there for about 15, 20 seconds. Let's talk about school choice here in the West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas area. What do you expect to happen in 2025? Did you hear me, Shelby? Okay, it looks like we're having problems with her audio feed, and we're having some technical problems here. We're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds. Hi, Shelby. We are having problems. Your video is freezing up, and we can't hear you. I don't know.
I'm so sorry. We're going to work on the audio feed. I'll keep talking in case we get it fixed. Shelby Doyle,
okay.
Spelled S-H-E-L.
You sound great now. It's like when we go live to you, it was freezing up, and we couldn't really understand any of the responses. So
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're both freezing for each other. I'm sure. I know we're.
Okay, so it's freezing. It's freezing up again.
It's freezing up again.
Yeah. I know we've done several interviews, so I know I don't think it's on our end. It just seems to be an issue. It appears on your end. It took a while for you guys to come in.
Hopefully you're having a solid start to your Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. Meteorologist Eric Brill in for meteorologist Patrick Ellis. And we have a good day of weather ahead here. Temperatures will climb into the middle to upper 40s across western Tennessee. 48 for Selma for an afternoon high. 48 for Covington and 46 degrees in Dyersburg. Anticipating Memphis to climb up to 50 degrees with those mostly sunny skies around across northern Mississippi. Yeah, good looking day ahead. 50 degrees for Ripley. 48 for Corinth. 48 for Ashland. 48 for Hernando. And some lower 50s along Highway 278 from Clarksdale into Oxford. Mostly sunny skies, and well, that's the name of the game here in northeast Arkansas as well, as we will be seeing some middle to upper 40s, 46 for Marion, Forest City, as well as Mariana, 48 degrees for Helena, West Helena, so can't be too upset about those conditions and those temperatures across the Mid-South. No surprise, as we move into tonight, it will be colder as some middle 20s. That is what we are expecting here for Wednesday morning. 24 for Selma and Corinth, 24 for Somerville, 26 for Memphis, and 29 for Marks, Mississippi, while at northeast Arkansas and to Blytheville, an overnight low of 23 degrees is the expected overnight low. We do have some rain on the way here, and due to that, it is a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app as that interactive radar. Hopefully it was beneficial to you on Sunday with some of the snow that we saw flying around. Good chance it's going to be beneficial for Friday night and Saturday due to the next chance of rain. The showers by 1 p.m. on Friday will be approaching the central portion of Arkansas, sliding to the east through the evening hours and engulfing the Mid-South by 10 p.m. So if you have any sort of travel plans or conditions or things going on here for Friday night, good idea to have that First Alert weather app ready to go with that interactive radar, as we will be seeing some light to moderate showers engulf the Mid-South. We're not worried about severe weather or flooding or things of that nature. This just looks to be kind of prototypical light to moderate rain. That's about it. Saturday morning, the showers are lingering around here, and it won't be till about noon until we really start to see these clear out of the Mid-South, and well, cloudy skies are going to follow that up. Now, behind this, we are going to see another cold front move through pretty much on top of that disturbance, and that is going to usher in some colder conditions here across the Mid-South, and that is something that we will be keeping an eye on here, especially as we move towards Monday and Tuesday of next week. Because look at our afternoon high temperatures, up to 56 for Thursday, 57 on Friday, 51 degrees the expected high for Saturday, and then 34 for Sunday, followed by 28 degrees on Monday. So it really will get quite a bit colder here all around the Mid-South for early next week. More so the reason to enjoy the next few days. 50 degrees the high for Tuesday, 44 for Wednesday, 56 for Thursday, followed by 57 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see some lower 50s for Saturday, followed by that chance of rain, though, from Friday night into Saturday. And I do think we will see some colder conditions for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, as those afternoon highs for Monday and Tuesday will be in the middle to upper 20s. Keep yourself warm out there, especially for early next week, and watch out for some showers late Friday into Saturday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new study that's out from the nonprofit, the National Endowment for Financial Education, and it finds that 74% of borrowers with student loan balances have had to make some budgetary changes in order to make their payments. All right, so let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue, this survey. I'm joined now by Dr. Bill Hensley, President and CEO of the National Endowment for Financial Education, the group that did this new survey. So, Mr. Hensley, tell me more about this survey. Good morning.
Good morning. Sure. Last October, when the repayment pause ended, we explored what borrowers believed or expected would be the impact on their finances. So, excuse me, here we are a year later. We know the reality of how borrowers are managing their loans, and this is no small number. Over a quarter of the population currently have an outstanding loan, or someone close to them, such as a child or grandchild, has a loan. And the news is both positive and concerning. The positive side being the majority are saying they are doing okay, at least for right now. Keep in mind that nearly 20% may not have had to make payments yet, and 27% say the end of that repayment pause has negatively impacted their financial lives, which is lower than the 49% who were anticipating this last fall. So that's a bit of a silver lining here. The more troubling news is what you mentioned, that monthly budgets have been strained, with 3 in 4 making cuts. 28% cutting up to $500, and another 21% having to cut as much as $1,000 a month out of their budget.
So let me play devil's advocate for a minute, Billy, because it took about 10 years for me to pay back my student loans. It's just part of the process. There's a lot of people out there that says, hey, look, this is a rite of passage. You take out loans, you have to pay it back a certain way, and you have to fit in your budget wherever you are. Where am I wrong on this?
Well, we all have a different journey here. And what the data show is that most borrowers actually have been able to keep up with the payments. since the end of the pause. So they're able to, make headway in making those payments, with 56% having made at least a few and 46% having made most or every payment. And I was with you in that boat. I had student loans myself, and it took me actually much longer than 10 years to pay those off. But what we know here is that people are stretched more. Inflation has risen significantly. The cost of housing has risen significantly. So that pinch that borrowers are feeling is very acute. And depending on where you live, it's going to be felt stronger than in other locations.
Okay, all right, I'm with you so far. So how do we lessen that burden for the borrowers out there, or how can they lessen the burden?
Well, if you're already out of school, look at the repayment plans that are available to you. We all want you to advocate for yourself. 50% of borrowers are saying that the lenders or the student loan servicers have had positive or good communication. So advocate for yourself. Find out what is the right repayment plan that's right for you. If you are not yet finished college, or if you have a loved one that's in school now or thinking about higher education, or if you're working and thinking about going back and getting that credential that you need, educate yourself. Financial education in particular really improves borrowing. People borrow less. They are less likely to borrow private loans for higher education. And when they finish, they have a 21% less likelihood to have credit card debt. So if you're launching into your career with lower debt, it will make those monthly budgets stretch a little more.
Is it advantageous to maybe perhaps take out a small personal loan in order to pay it back, or just kind of follow the normal payments?
Right. Well, the first part of that, I would say that every person has to fully explore their options that are right for them. But always start with studentaid.gov and look at the secured loans that are provided through the Department of Education. A lot of those are subsidized, meaning you won't have to pay interest on any of those loans while you're in school or while you're in deferment. So make sure you qualify for that first. And the difference is, if it's a private loan, and if there's some new program that lowers balances or lowers payments or gives some level of forgiveness, private loans will not qualify for those. Only those that are through the U.S. Department of Education.
Anything else you want to mention with regards to this topic before we let you go?
Well, it's front of mind for many people. And there's a lot of scams out there. There's a lot of people trying to take every dollar they can from you. So advocate for yourself, protect your information, directly seek the resources from places like studentaid.gov. And if something is too good to be true, or it costs to expedite anything, then stay away from that.
Okay, Billy Hensley, National Endowment for Financial Education. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. I want to talk about Wounded Warrior Project right now. They partner with organizations all across the country to expand reach and enhance programs, improve advocacy efforts for post 9/11 injured veterans and their families. And in return, the organization provides companies with a way to support their communities, involve employees, make an impact in the lives of the wounded, the ill, and the injured veterans. I want to talk more about their what they do and how important these nonprofit business relationships are. I'm joined now, I believe it's Bree Katzer-Todd, VP of Business Development for Wounded Warrior Project, and Brian Tucker with CSX. Thank you both for joining us. Bree, over to you. Tell us about some of the programs and services offered to veterans through Wounded Warrior Project, and how do these corporate sponsorships and partnerships really help make these services possible? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. Wounded Warrior Project has a number of different programs to really meet the warrior where they are in their recovery journey. And they focus on mental and brain health, financial wellness, connection, advocacy efforts, as well as physical health and wellness. And we provide these programs free of charge to the warriors and their family members. And that's really where our corporate partners step in, because they help us fuel our programs and services. They help provide much needed funding, they engage their employees, they connect with communities, and they help amplify the mission of Wounded Warrior Project each and every day.
Brian, over to you. Tell me about CSX involvement with Wounded Warrior Project and why you decided to get involved, and specifically about this drone program, I believe, that you are helping fund, right?
That's correct. Well, service is really part of CSX's DNA. Every day, the men and women of CSX, the 23,000 railroaders, are out there in service to our country's economy, keeping goods moving across the country. But our connection to service runs even deeper than that. About 1 in 5 of our employees is a veteran, has served our country. So it's something that we care deeply about, something that our employees are very close to. And that's why we're so proud to partner with the Wounded Warrior Project to offer a whole host of programs and support and resources, but the one that we're particularly proud of is the Warriors to Work program, and this is the drone certification program. We have equipment, we have experts, we use drones in the railroad industry, and we train these veterans to get certified as drone pilots to help with that transition from military service to the civilian world. And that is something that we're really excited about, and we're very proud to help these warriors as they make that transition, because we know that it can be a challenge.
Bree, tell me a little bit about Wounded Warrior Project. So many of us know that name and maybe have some familiarity with what exactly it is, but can you spell it out for us, and how long you guys been in existence and what exactly you do?
Absolutely. So Wounded Warrior Project, we've been around for 20 years, and we started as a very small organization, and now we're a national organization with a local impact. So we serve warriors and family members in their community, and we provide a number of different programs. As I mentioned, they are free to the warriors and their families, and those programs are still in need. We have 71 warriors signing up every single day for our programs and services. And we're able to deliver them because of companies, because of individuals that have raised their hand. And so we're continuing to provide the necessary programs and services to warriors each and every day.
Bree, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk. If someone is watching and perhaps they're a business owner or perhaps they're just an employee and they want to help out, what are the best ways to do that?
Well, I would welcome anyone to go to woundedwarriorproject.org, and there you will find a number of different ways to get involved, whether you're a company, an individual, as you mentioned, an employee, and you want to take this back to your company. And also, if you are a veteran, a warrior, a family member, and you want to learn more about our programs and get involved, you can find all of the information there also. So it's woundedwarriorproject.org.
Brian, did you mention something about the drone program yet?
Yes, I did. That's a program, it's the Warriors to Work program, and we're specifically focused on providing drone certification training to the Wounded Warriors through the Wounded Warrior Project, and something that we're very proud of.
And tell me what it's been like to partner with Wounded Warrior Project. Has it benefited your business, employees, what?
Well, our partnership with the Wounded Warrior Project is something that we are extremely proud of. As a partner, you want to have a relationship where you can grow together, and that's exactly what we've done. I mentioned that we have a number of things that we're working on, but we're always working together to increase the impact. It's more than just writing a check. It's really about getting our employees involved, finding ways to make connections that make sense for our business. And we've actually hired some of the Wounded Warrior members. And it's just something that we're really proud of and that we look to continue for the years ahead.
Okay, Bree and Brian, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk, informing our audience about the importance of not only supporting the Wounded Warrior Project, but also those nonprofit business relationships. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay.
Hopefully you're having a solid start to your Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. Meteorologist Eric Brill in for meteorologist Patrick Ellis. And we have a good day of weather ahead here. Temperatures will climb into the middle to upper 40s across western Tennessee. 48 for Selma for an afternoon high. 48 for Covington and 46 degrees in Dyersburg. Anticipating Memphis to climb up to 50 degrees with those mostly sunny skies around across northern Mississippi. Yeah, good looking day ahead. 50 degrees for Ripley. 48 for Corinth. 48 for Ashland. 48 for Hernando. And some lower 50s along Highway 278 from Clarksdale into Oxford. Mostly sunny skies, and well, that's the name of the game here in northeast Arkansas as well, as we will be seeing some middle to upper 40s, 46 for Marion, Forest City as well as Mariana, 48 degrees for Helena, West Helena, so can't be too upset about those conditions and those temperatures across the Mid-South. No surprise, as we move into tonight, it will be colder as some middle 20s. That is what we are expecting here for Wednesday morning. 24 for Selma and Corinth, 24 for Somerville, 26 for Memphis, and 29 for Marks, Mississippi, while at northeast Arkansas and to Blytheville, an overnight low of 23 degrees is the expected overnight low. We do have some rain on the way here, and due to that, it is a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, as that interactive radar hopefully was beneficial to you on Sunday with some of the snow that we saw flying around. Good chance it's going to be beneficial for Friday night and Saturday due to the next chance of rain. The showers by 1 p.m. on Friday will be approaching the central portion of Arkansas, sliding to the east through the evening hours and engulfing the Mid-South by 10 p.m. So if you have any sort of travel plans or conditions or things going on here for Friday night, good idea to have that First Alert weather app ready to go with that interactive radar, as we will be seeing some light to moderate showers engulf the Mid-South. We're not worried about severe weather or flooding or things of that nature. This just looks to be kind of prototypical light to moderate rain. That's about it. Saturday morning, the showers are lingering around here, and it won't be till about noon until we really start to see these clear out of the Mid-South, and well, cloudy skies are going to follow that up. Now behind this, we are going to see another cold front move through pretty much on top of that disturbance, and that is going to usher in some colder conditions here across the Mid-South, and that is something that we will be keeping an eye on here, especially as we move towards Monday and Tuesday of next week. Because look at our afternoon high temperatures, up to 56 for Thursday, 57 on Friday, 51 degrees the expected high for Saturday, and then 34 for Sunday, followed by 28 degrees on Monday. So it really will get quite a bit colder here all around the Mid-South for early next week. More so the reason to enjoy the next few days. 50 degrees the high for Tuesday, 44 for Wednesday, 56 for Thursday, followed by 57 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see some lower 50s for Saturday, followed by that chance of rain, though, from Friday night into Saturday. And I do think we will see some colder conditions for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, as those afternoon highs for Monday and Tuesday will be in the middle to upper 20s. Keep yourself warm out there, especially for early next week, and watch out for some showers late Friday into Saturday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Approximately 2 million Americans live with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. It's a condition that causes dry, itchy, scaly patches to form across the skin. I want to bring in a couple of people to talk about the impact of plaque psoriasis on patients' lives and how they can celebrate their inner strength, navigate conversations with their doctor to feel more empowered when it comes to finding treatment that will be right for them. Nikita Chopra, she is a chronic illness advocate, and Dr. James Lebecco, a dermatologist. And Dr. James, let's begin with you. Can you briefly describe what plaque psoriasis is and how it infects people in different ways? Good morning.
Proud to partner with Bristol Myers Squibb and the So Have You Found It campaign to help empower people and educate them on psoriasis, which is a chronic inflammatory condition driven by an overactive immune system, driving that thickening and scaling, redness and plaques and patches across the skin, classically involving the back of the scalp, the elbows, the knees, although really can be anywhere on the body, classically beginning in the early adult period, although it can occur at any point really through life.
So how do people prepare for a conversation to have with their dermatologist about this condition and to find the proper treatment for them?
Yeah, that's really why we're here is patients should be aware that we are here to help them, and patients are often a little bit alone or feeling like they don't know what to ask about or seek when they're talking about their psoriasis. So the So Have You Found It campaign built a website, sohaveyoufoundit.com, that provides scripts and questionnaires and provides information for patients to be able to really be better informed and having the right questions to ask their dermatologist when they come in for those visits.
Okay, and Nikita, over to you now. I understand you are someone living with plaque psoriasis, and now you're an advocate for not only others, but for yourself when it comes to various treatments. Can you maybe give us some advice for all those people out there that have plaque psoriasis and are unsure of the best methods to get the best treatment?
Sure. Yeah. I was diagnosed with plaque psoriasis many years ago. And like a lot of people, I felt very confused. I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. And it was really overwhelming. And it took me quite a while to find my inner strength, find my voice, and really find the ways that I could navigate my health journey with my dermatologist in the best possible way. So I've been so excited to partner with Bristol Myers Squibb with the So Have You Found It campaign, because when you go to sohaveyoufoundit.com, you'll see that there are scripts for you where you can go to the doctor and actually use some of those scripts to have you have that sense of empowerment. There's videos with people like Mindy Kaling and Ted Danson, as well as real patients that are helping to understand what it's like to really live with plaque psoriasis so that people don't have to feel so alone like many have throughout their journey.
Nikita, where do people get it wrong when they think of plaque psoriasis and just what it is and the treatments?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of times, people don't always know that there are so many things that come up for someone with plaque psoriasis that are in part of your social experiences. I know when I was first diagnosed, I felt really embarrassed. I felt really self-conscious. So it is about finding that right provider, that dermatologist or specialist that's going to work with you, that really understands you, that really believes in the things that you're telling them. And you can go to sohaveyoufoundit.com, as I said, and see how you can really speak to that person to make sure you're working with the right person for you. And I think that sometimes people get it wrong by just not understanding that emotional aspect to navigating a disease like plaque psoriasis.
Dr. James Lebecco, over to you. What kind of treatments are available for people that have been diagnosed?
Well, psoriasis has really gone through an evolution of therapy in the last 20 years or so, from light therapies and creams that people apply to areas to, injectable medications like biologics and once daily oral pills like Sotyktu or deucravacitinib, which can be used to treat their chronic plaque psoriasis. And it's worth that discussion to discuss with the patient and the doctor, the benefits of that therapy, as long as any risks to go along with it, like coughs or cold, upper respiratory tract infection, or acne-like eruptions that can occur on the skin with that.
Okay, before we let you guys go, Nikita, can you give us a place online where people can learn a lot more about not only plaque psoriasis and various treatments available, but also about your campaign? So, have you found it?
Absolutely. They can visit sohaveyoufouндit.com to learn more.
Okay, thank you both for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. We have thousands of people that watch, and so I know that the information that you guys told us is very helpful to so many. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. There are more cancer survivors today than ever before, and their needs begin from the date of diagnosis throughout their lifespan. The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society hears firsthand every day from patients, from family members, caregivers, volunteers affected by blood cancer with their concerns and questions about a diagnosis, treatment, and much, much more. But I want to talk about how they are not alone. None of them are. Joining me now is Tricia Hernandez. She is Director of Community Engagement with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Good morning, Tricia. Thank you for being here. Let's talk about some of the support and resources that are so valuable for everyone that has been diagnosed with leukemia and lymphoma, including those caregivers and the family members. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here during Blood Cancer Awareness Month. From my own experience, when I was first diagnosed, I went where most of us go to look for information about something we don't know. I went to the internet, and I was completely overwhelmed and received a lot of information about statistics. And I really left that experience with a lot of fear and concern about what was next for me. And what I've learned through LLS and working with patients and caregivers every day is having a reliable, valid source of information for disease, treatment, and ongoing survivorship is really key. And LLS can provide that to patients and caregivers. And I think what patients leave with when they have that kind of information and support is more hope and less fear than I experienced.
Tell me about some of the most common challenges that people experience when they have leukemia and lymphoma.
I think initially it's really just not sure about what's going to happen next and not having information about the disease. It can sometimes come as a surprise, the diagnosis to patients and caregivers, and they're not sure what that means and how it's going to be handled and how to talk to their healthcare team about it. And LLS has education information that helps people better understand their disease and their treatment options, and even information about how to talk to their healthcare team, family members, and friends about it, as well as education information for healthcare teams to talk to their patients about it. And that first piece of really better understanding what's going on with you helps you manage it more effectively and really be less fearful about the unknown. But after that, it's practical concerns. How am I financially going to manage this? Am I going to be able to continue going to work and school? How am I going to take care of my family? Will they need to take care of me? Am I going to be a burden on them? And even longer term, how am I going to deal with this for the rest of my life? Is it going to affect me for the rest of my life? Am I going to have manage side effects forever with this? And if I have a chronic blood cancer, how will I manage going in and out of treatment for the rest of my life and what that means? And LLS really has looked at understanding the full experience that blood cancer patients and caregivers go through and provides resources for all of those things I just mentioned.
So, Tricia, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 digital desk. If someone is hearing about this and perhaps they have a family member or a friend that's been diagnosed with leukemia or lymphoma, where should they begin?
They can begin with a simple phone call to an information specialist that will connect them to all the resources I've mentioned and more at 1-800-955-4572. And everything I've talked about is also available at lls.org.
And what would be your message? You're a blood cancer survivor yourself. You are a part of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. What would be your initial comments to them?
I would say make sure that you are taking care of yourself and getting regular checkups and blood work done. If something feels wrong, go to your doctor and talk to them about it and be very confident in leaving that, knowing what's going on with you. And then if it does ultimately end up that you have a blood cancer diagnosis, your first stop can be the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and one of our information specialists is glad to support you in better understanding your diagnosis and treatment options and really helping you connect to support services for everything from understanding your disease, connecting with someone who's a peer who may have been through that already, and into survivorship and managing the rest of your life as a blood cancer survivor.
Tricia Hernandez, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk. Thank you for an important discussion that needed to be had with regards to this issue, leukemia, lymphoma, the support, and what people need to do if they're diagnosed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. For U.S. adults exhausted by division, there is a national day of racial healing, providing a new path forward. In fact, I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, the author of a new book, How We Heal, sharing her practical advice on how to connect with people across racial and political differences. I'm joined by LaJune Montgomery Tabrone. She is the author of How We Heal. She's also the president and CEO of the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, joining us on the digital desk. Thank you so much for joining us. So first off, tell us about this National Day of Healing and what's happening across the country. I know here in Memphis, as you probably know, there are a lot of events scheduled for this weekend, including January 20th, Dr. Martin Luther King Day. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. And the National Day of Racial Healing follows Martin Luther King Day intentionally because we want people to act on his vision of creating a place where people can work together and create communities for children and families to thrive. The National Day of Racial Healing is about having those conversations, engaging in conversation within your family, within your communities, all across the nation, in your workplace. And what we will show on that day is how this practice works, how it allows us to make transformative difference across differences that we may have within our communities.
So tell me about your book, How We Heal. Why did you write it? And the reader, what are they going to experience with it?
Yeah, I wrote it because I wanted people not only to hear my story of healing, but to see my story interconnected with the healing journey that the W.K. Kellogg Foundation took, and also the healing work that's happening in communities all across the nation, and how this work can be transformative. And it's told through stories, because part of the healing process is sharing stories and validating one's story as a part of affirming their value.
So how do we overcome the division in society right now? There is certainly a political divide, and there's other things that divide us. Our makeup, our backgrounds, everything. How do we overcome that?
We have to talk to one another. We know we have to have these community conversations. And many people want to have these conversations. They just don't quite know how. And of course, everyone may feel a little uncomfortable and vulnerable if they don't feel as if they have the right tools to practice this process. So what we are doing is providing conversation guides, providing the tools that are necessary to have a conversation that starts with affirmation through stories. It creates a level of trust and builds empathy and allows us to have these difficult conversations across differences, but in a way that is not blaming or shaming, but actually affirming.
Lejeune, I understand you have some examples of how you've seen on a first name basis or first rate basis, you've seen this kind of racial healing work. Tell me about it.
Yes, it works. And first and foremost, it works in my organization. We have taken this journey for decades, and it has resulted in a very engaging environment for us to do the work of healing externally. I also like to share how this work has been used in Flint, Michigan, for example. If you remember the water crisis in Flint, Michigan, it was a time where trust was very low. The community was fragmented, and they were trying to deal with this tragedy. And we supported Flint with our truth, racial healing, and transformation work, taught them the practice of healing. And as they connected across all leaders and began to have these healing conversations, they were able to create the right way forward that allowed everyone in Flint to have access to water and health, etc. And not only did that work for them for the water crisis, but when the pandemic hit, they were prepared. They continued to utilize the healing practices to make sure that everyone had access to health care and every member of the community was able to survive. This work is enduring. Once you learn how to validate another person and affirm someone, regardless of a difference in perspective, you don't forget that. And that is how we create the pathway for us to work together and create better communities for all people to thrive.
As we wrap up this interview, Lejeune, we have thousands of people that watch us here each and every morning on the digital desk. What would you like the overtelling statement to be when it comes to racial healing and reaching across the aisle of, your political foe, I guess you could say, or someone who has differences politically, racially, economically, socially? How do you do that, and what would be your your underlying theme with all that?
It starts with a conversation, and it starts with affirmation. Listen to someone else's story that's different than yours. Listen with an empathetic ear and begin to think about the commonalities between their story and your own. And together, then you can have a conversation about the pathway forward. It starts with a conversation.
Okay, Lejeune Montgomery Tebron, we appreciate you, and we appreciate you coming on the digital desk. Thank you for writing this book, How We Heal, a guideline to coming together, both with people from different racial and political backgrounds. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis as we go to break. We got 60 seconds, and then we're going to be talking about our forecast. It's a chilly one. We're back right after this.
Hopefully you're having a solid start to your Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. Meteorologist Eric Brill in for meteorologist Patrick Ellis. And we have a good day of weather ahead here. Temperatures will climb into the middle to upper 40s across western Tennessee. 48 for Selma for an afternoon high. 48 for Covington and 46 degrees in Dyersburg. Anticipating Memphis to climb up to 50 degrees with those mostly sunny skies around across northern Mississippi. Yeah, good looking day ahead. 50 degrees for Ripley. 48 for Corinth. 48 for Ashland. 48 for Hernando. And some lower 50s along Highway 278 from Clarksdale into Oxford. Mostly sunny skies, and well, that's the name of the game here in northeast Arkansas as well, as we will be seeing some middle to upper 40s, 46 for Marion, Forest City, as well as Mariana, 48 degrees for Helena, West Helena, so can't be too upset about those conditions and those temperatures across the Mid-South. No surprise, as we move into tonight, it will be colder as some middle 20s. That is what we are expecting here for Wednesday morning. 24 for Selma and Corinth, 24 for Somerville, 26 for Memphis, and 29 for Marks, Mississippi, while at northeast Arkansas and to Blytheville, an overnight low of 23 degrees is the expected overnight low. We do have some rain on the way here, and due to that, it is a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, as that interactive radar. Hopefully it was beneficial to you on Sunday with some of the snow that we saw flying around. Good chance it's going to be beneficial for Friday night and Saturday due to the next chance of rain. The showers by 1 p.m. on Friday will be approaching the central portion of Arkansas, sliding to the east through the evening hours and engulfing the Mid-South by 10 p.m. So if you have any sort of travel plans or conditions or things going on here for Friday night, good idea to have that First Alert weather app ready to go with that interactive radar, as we will be seeing some light to moderate showers engulf the Mid-South. We're not worried about severe weather or flooding or things of that nature. This just looks to be kind of prototypical light to moderate rain. That's about it. Saturday morning, the showers are lingering around here, and it won't be till about noon until we really start to see these clear out of the Mid-South, and well, cloudy skies are going to follow that up. Now behind this, we are going to see another cold front move through pretty much on top of that disturbance, and that is going to usher in some colder conditions here across the Mid-South, and that is something that we will be keeping an eye on here, especially as we move towards Monday and Tuesday of next week, because look at our afternoon high temperatures, up to 56 for Thursday, 57 on Friday, 51 degrees the expected high for Saturday, and then 34 for Sunday, followed by 28 degrees on Monday. So it really will get quite a bit colder here all around the Mid-South for early next week. More so the reason to enjoy the next few days. 50 degrees the high for Tuesday, 44 for Wednesday, 56 for Thursday, followed by 57 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see some lower 50s for Saturday, followed by that chance of rain, though, from Friday night into Saturday. And I do think we will see some colder conditions for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, as those afternoon highs for Monday and Tuesday will be in the middle to upper 20s. Keep yourself warm out there, especially for early next week, and watch out for some showers late Friday into Saturday.
The first new potential PTSD treatment in 25 years, and helping us or telling us more about this treatment is Dr. Lori Sutton. She's a retired military officer and U.S. Army vet. Wade, good morning, guys. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. Great to be here.
We're glad to have you on the digital desk. Upon my research, I read that suicide rates within the military and veteran communities are increasing. Actually, from 2015 to 2020, it increased by 41%. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and it's a serious problem that all of us should be concerned about. And it's not just for veterans. We have a suicide epidemic across America. And when it comes to PTSD, it affects over 13 million Americans. It's not just a military or a veteran problem. It affects our relationships, how we work, how we play, how we function, our families and communities, and it can be very stigmatizing. So it's really important to have new tools in the PTSD treatment toolkit.
And I love that point that you made, not just for the veteran community, but everyone. This could impact everyone. So tell us a little bit about this new treatment. Can you go into details about that?
Absolutely. MDMA is an investigational treatment for PTSD. It's currently under review by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. It's a pharmaceutical manufactured drug which is delivered safely in a clinical setting with therapy. And it's really shown some remarkably positive and promising results for veterans who desperately need treatment for this complex and debilitating condition.
So how can this, I know you mentioned this treatment, but how can it make just improvements quickly? Like how is this different from certain treatments that we've used in the past?
Well, the current treatments, while they've helped some, not nearly enough. They take time, they're not tolerable, they don't achieve a positive enough effect, they're not durable. And so it's really important to have additional tools in the toolkit. And I think you're not going to even recognize going forward the advances that have come through in addition to MDMA assisted therapy. It's a very exciting time. There is hope on the horizon. And yes, we need new innovative PTSD treatments.
Mm-hmm. And with this new treatment, can you go give us more details about how it is different from previous treatments? What sets this treatment apart?
I think that's an important question, Wade.
Oh, yeah. So I was going to say I was in this drug trial for MDMA assisted therapy, and it's different because it's a two-part. It's the MDMA and the therapy combined. And my experience, overwhelmingly positive. I had previously spent 10 years trying different types of therapies, medications, and treatments, and they didn't they stopped things from getting worse, but they didn't necessarily make things better for me. And with this trial, it the drug gives you space to kind of process things in a different perspective. And the therapists are in the room to kind of arm you with tools to navigate that space. And the results were overwhelmingly positive for myself.
Elaborate on some of those positive results. I know you use the word positive. What would you add to that?
So previously, I would say I was hypervigilant. I was always worried that something terrible was just around the corner. It made it impossible to relax, and it just kind of sucked the joy out of life. So having these tools and having processed old traumas and feeling confident that I can overcome new traumas, it makes me hopeful that I won't have to avoid life. I can move forward through it and enjoy life, and just instead of avoiding it.
So who can receive
So
this
I want to thank you for.
Oh, go ahead.
It's still experimental right now.
Okay.
It's experimental right now. It's still in the trial phases. It's not available to the general public. But if you'd like to know more, there's the PTSD. PTSD.va.gov is the national PTSD website. And if anyone is having struggles with PTSD, there's resources online with the VA and other advocacy groups. And if anyone's in crisis, veterans and civilians, just like 911, you can dial 988. And if you're a veteran, just press 1.
This is.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before we wrap this up, I know this is a very important conversation, also a difficult conversation to have as well. But why is it important for us to continue to explore different treatments and to have these conversations?
There is a lot of suffering right now, Taylor, and we have to keep hope on the horizon. We have to keep this conversation going and raise awareness so people know that there is help out there. You're not alone. So thank you so much for your part in helping keep hope on the horizon. Much appreciated.
A little bit about pickleball. We've talked about how it is the fastest growing sport in the U.S. right now. There has been a report released, 36.5 million people have played pickleball at least once in the last year. That's 14% of the adult population. But here's the thing, with all these people playing pickleball, and some of those games and some of those matches are very competitive. I've seen it firsthand. There are injuries associated with pickleball. In fact, Memphis's own Campbell Clinic just released the first and only study of its kind talking about the most common injuries when it comes to pickleball. Let's talk to someone who knows a little bit about this recent study. I have the pleasure now to have Dr. Fred Azar, Chief of Staff of Campbell Clinic, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dr. Azar, always good to see you. How are things at Campbell Clinic? Good morning.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me. Everything's
Appreciate
great.
you being here. So let's talk about this first of its kind study that really kind of dives deep into some of the most common injuries associated with pickleball.
So we noticed a few years ago that we had some patients coming in with these pickleball injuries, and there was a little bit of a pattern. People in their 50s, 60s, and 70s were coming in with injuries. And we felt like there was a need to make them aware that, these injuries could happen playing pickleball. So we looked around the literature, and there was really not much in the literature to educate our patients. So we decided to do this study. We wanted to, first of all, review the literature to see what was out there. And secondly, we launched a survey so we could get our patients to participate in this survey to give us information that we could provide broadly. So we published this study. It's not published yet, but it's been accepted for publication. It'll be out soon. It's got information on raising the awareness of pickleball injuries, review the literature, and also we've included our survey with some information there on some recommendations on how to avoid injuries.
So let's talk about some of the most common injuries that you saw in this study when it came to pickleball.
So we found that we've so far have over 500 participants. This is our survey, not the raw literature, but it's pretty much in sync with what's out there in the literature. About 55% were women, 45% men, and 2/3 were more than 55 years of age. The majority of injuries are soft tissue injuries, meniscal tears, tendonitis like Achilles tendonitis or rotator cuff tendonitis, back strains, ankle sprains are pretty common. About 40% were fractures, the most common being wrist fractures from falls, usually backwards when attempting to go back to make a shot.
Got it. Are there maybe some best practices? We have so many people that love pickleball. Are there maybe some best practices out there to try and prevent some of these injuries, doctor?
Certainly, the number one thing is awareness. You can get hurt. This is a sport that's relatively new. Just raising the awareness for that. Certainly, warming up is really important. You want to be able to warm up and cool down properly, just like you do with any sport. You need proper equipment, so shoe wear is really important. Running shoes aren't great for it. A tennis shoe is better, it's a more low-profile shoe. Some people want to brace a knee or an ankle if they've got an ailment. That's important to do. And also, really, moderation and cross training. It's not great to play this sport 5 days a week, 3 hours at a time. You're going to come in with some overuse injury. Hydration is really important too. We actually found that, and I don't mean alcohol, we found that 6% of participants, at least in our survey, were consuming alcohol while playing the sport. So it's really important to think about hydrating, but not in that respect. It's a pretty social sport, but hydrating without alcohol is a pretty good way to go. And then really play to your level. Don't try and play somebody who's going to be a lot tougher than you competition-wise. Play to your level. Listen to your body. So if you think you've got something brewing, step aside and let somebody else play.
Alcohol during pickleball, that sounds crazy and scary and something that no one should be able to do. I mean, because
it's not like golf.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on there. I mean, where I work out at my gym, there are pickleball courts, and they're always packed, and there are some fierce games. And in your part of the Memphis Mid-South area, I mean, you've seen all these pickleball courts going up everywhere. I mean, it is growing fast across the country and here in the U.S. Some people think it's an older person's sport, but I'm seeing everybody, young, old, all demographics playing this sport. Anything else you'd like to share, Dr. Azar, about this to maybe kind of minimize anyone getting hurt?
Well, you're right. It started out as an older person sport, but now everybody's playing it. I think that the important thing for us is to bring awareness to patients and people that are playing the sport that you can become injured. And raising that awareness we think is really important. And then giving some information on how we can do to prevent injuries. That's what we're all about, injury prevention. And people that want to participate in our survey, go to camelclinic.com. You can click on the link to the survey. We're trying to get more information out there so we can build a survey and we can advance the knowledge of this sports to all people who are participating in it.
Okay, so 500 participants, a part of this study, and you said, is it posted right now on camelclinic.com so our viewers can see for themselves?
The survey is available. The publication will be out soon, and we'll have that link too. But we want people to participate in the survey. Again, we've got over 500 people so far. We want to add to that survey.
Got it. All right, Dr. Fred Azar, Campbell Clinic Chief of Staff. Really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Feel free to come on any other time to keep us up to date on whatever's happening, pickleball or not. Thanks so very much. I want to talk about a very important issue, seniors facing loneliness. And here's the thing, it is detrimental to their health, physically, mentally. It leads to all kinds of general well-being issues, but there are ways to overcome that loneliness, and volunteering may be the answer. Let's bring in a couple of women to talk more about this issue. I'm joined now by Atalia Sergi, AmeriCorps Senior Director, and Shelley Brosnan, a volunteer. Ladies, thank you for joining us. Let's begin first with Atalia. Good morning to you. Can you tell me how bad this issue is when it comes to seniors and loneliness? Good morning.
Good morning. The U.S. Surgeon General has released a report that shares with us that we are in the midst of a loneliness epidemic. And loneliness and isolation can have far-reaching impacts on a person's health and well-being. For older adults specifically, social isolation and loneliness can contribute to depression and anxiety. The report does have some good news in it. The biggest takeaway is the impact that social connections can make, and volunteering with like-minded other adults getting out into the community can really increase the social connections for older adults. And that can help improve mental, physical, and cognitive health.
Yeah, I totally see how this could happen. Of course, we talk a lot here at Action News 5 about how social connections are so critical for so many people, especially our seniors out there. Tell me more about how volunteering can really help bridge the gap, I guess you could say.
Yeah, so AmeriCorps is the federal agency for national service and volunteerism. And AmeriCorps seniors, we focus on adults that are 55 years of age and older, engaging them in service, helping them to make those connections through our 3 signature programs. We have the RSVP program, the foster grandparent program, and the senior companion program. And so it really helps them to get out in the community, to make connections, to find purpose, and those connections become really important. So Shelley, who is here with me today, has been an RSVP volunteer since 2016, and she really values those connections that she has made through her volunteerism.
Yeah, Shelley, over to you. I'd like to just kind of dive in a little bit to what was just said. I mean, volunteering from your perspective, because I understand you're a volunteer, what have you seen?
I think it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference in my life. It's very important for me, but I also feel that I know that I'm giving back to my community in a very purposeful way. I'm helping seniors that might not be able to get to medical appointments or get groceries, have a chance to be able to do that. They maybe don't have family around, or they're not driving anymore. They can now get to those appointments and get to the grocery store because of volunteers who are out there helping them. And it's a real, I think volunteering it's kind of a win-win situation, because it does as much for me, for my life, as it does for the person that I'm helping. And there's so many ways to give back. You can commit as much time as you would like to volunteering. I do about 10 hours a week, and I still have time to travel, read, exercise, visit with my family and friends, and I've made a lot of friends. So it's widened my social circle through volunteering. I've made friends, and we get together outside of volunteering, but we also see each other at volunteer events. So we build up each other's lives also, along with helping our community.
That's fantastic. I appreciate you sharing with us. I agree, volunteering can do wonders for both the person who volunteers and the organization or the people who benefit. I just wanted to ask, Atalia, back over to you. Tell me how AmeriCorps is involved. I mean, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk. If they see this and they want to help out through AmeriCorps, for example, what's the best method to do that?
So we have our three signature programs. RSVP, as Shelley has shared, has flexible scheduling, a variety of things you can do. The Foster Grandparent Program connects volunteers with children and youth to help support them with their academic development. And then our Senior Companion Program provides volunteers the opportunity to give a helping hand to other older adults and those with disabilities, and to support caregivers. So in your area, we have a foster grandparent program, and they support children to develop their literacy skills. They help children who are struggling with their social emotional development. And they also are working alongside early childhood educators. So we have a pilot program where older adults are working in those early childhood centers and have the opportunity, if they want, to become an early childhood assistant. So there are many opportunities. And if you want to learn more, go to AmeriCorps.gov/yourmoment. It'll take you to our website. You can find volunteer opportunities. You can find a little bit more about each of the programs I mentioned.
Okay, Atalia Surgery and Shelley Brosnan, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much for letting us know about this issue that is currently facing our seniors out there and ways to overcome it. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are talking with someone within the Methodist Transplant Institute who donated one of her kidneys to a stranger about 7 years ago. I'm joined now by Joanne Morris. She is someone who did this within the transplant unit. She's a dietitian at Methodist. Joanne, good morning. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Tell me about your journey. How did we get to this point?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me and letting me share a little bit about my story in organ donation. So I've been a dietitian at Methodist here for 11 years, and it was never on my bucket list or something to do to give away a kidney to a stranger, but working with patients day in and day out in our transplant clinic, I just felt like I was better educated and aware about the critical need of needing more living donors, and then also seeing the joy of people receiving their kidneys. And I just felt called by God, this is something that I needed to do.
That is amazing, and it's an incredible selfless act. I appreciate you sharing your story with us. And so was it just working day in and day out at the Transplant Institute where you just felt called to give your kidney to a stranger?
Yes, so I mean, definitely pulls on the heartstrings to see people suffering, because kidney disease is something that affects your quality of life day in and day out. And not all conditions and diseases have treatments like kidney disease does. I mean, there is kidney transplant, so that definitely improves somebody's quality of life. I was very fortunate that I did not have a direct family member or friend who needed my kidney, but I have learned kidneys do not care where they go, and I didn't care either. And it was just important to me that somebody improve their life and get off of dialysis.
Wow. Okay. So tell us about the recovery process, because I think a lot of people would be very intimidated with the idea of being healthy and then deciding to give a kidney to someone who they don't know, and that whole process. What's the recovery, and what was the recovery like for you?
Right. So my surgery and recovery went very much textbook, like the team told me it would. They told me it would take 4 to 6 weeks to completely recover, and it did. I was in the hospital 3 days, went home to my family who helped take care of me. And other than, of course, the incisional pain, I had no other major complications, and that was pretty much gone by 2 weeks. So other than just taking a short pause on my life for about 6 weeks, it didn't negatively impact my life at all.
That's incredible, Joan. Tell me a little bit more about how and if your quality of life has changed.
Right. So before donating, I was working active, a mother, and I was able to continue doing those things. I came back to work here at the transplant clinic 5 weeks after my donation, and then we wanted to extend our family, which we were able to do, and I gave birth to a little beautiful girl about a year after I donated. I love to hike the national parks, and I go hiking and working and enjoy all my same passions, so it did not have any negative impacts on my quality of life whatsoever.
And there are a lot of people that are on the list right now looking for a kidney donor, right? Can you talk a little bit about that and how people are on dialysis and they need a donor right away?
Right. So living donation is the best option. It gives you so many more years of quality of life, 15 to 25 years from a living donor kidney, which is amazing to think that you can give somebody an extra 25 years of those big milestones and small moments with their families. Dialysis, of course, is a great way to maintain your life till a transplant, but it's not optimal quality of life. And so that's where living donors and deceased donors can come in to kind of bridge the gap.
What do you wish everyone knew about organ donation? Maybe some misconceptions out there.
Right. So some misconceptions is you don't have to know you're a recipient. Kidneys do not care where they go. Number two, you don't have to be in perfect health. I've definitely, working with the transplant team for the last 11 years, we take donor safety as a top priority. And I fully trusted them with my own donation evaluation that they would have never pushed me through if I wasn't a great candidate. So you don't have to be in perfect health. Don't rule yourself out. You also don't have to be a remarkable or completely inspirational person. You can just be a regular person like me to do this. And it's been one of the most joyful things I've ever done. And I don't ever have any regrets with my donation.
You said you're a mother, and how many kids do you have, if you don't mind me asking? And you mentioned that you had a kid after you gave your kidney, right?
I did. So when I donated, I had a 2-year-old beautiful boy who is going to be 10 this summer. And then it was definitely important to me and my husband that we wanted to still extend our family after I donated. So for donor safety, most transplant teams ask mothers consider waiting 6 months to a year after donating to have another child. And then I gave birth to my beautiful little girl about a year after I donated.
Wow. Okay. Is there a place where someone can go online and just kind of learn more about, not just your story, just the whole process?
Correct. So you, of course, can learn at our Methodist Hospital University website. And then you can go to the bigaskbiggive.com or the National Kidney Foundation. There's so many good quality resources that patients can learn about living and deceased donation. So especially if you're feeling called to do that, educate yourself. Don't rule yourself out. You can fill out a questionnaire online, and then a nurse coordinator will call you to ask you more questions.
Anything else you want to say, Joan? You are quite the inspiration this morning.
Well, this wasn't my life plan to do this. I'm very grateful I was able to do it. There's such a high need of people to be living donors and deceased donors, and it's not as overwhelming as sometimes the misconception is. It's had no negative impacts on my life, and it's a beautiful thing just to give to really help somebody. So especially if you enjoy giving, it's a beautiful, valuable thing to do to help your community.
Joan Morris, we appreciate you, dietitian at the Methodist Transplant Institute, also donated your kidney to a total stranger there. I appreciate you telling us this story, and thank you for really kind of shedding a light on not just your story, but the whole process of donating a kidney, being perfectly healthy before and after. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, it is it has been, I should say, a cold and frigid week last week and over the weekend. Certainly this week is as cold as well. If we take a look at our temperatures right now, it's 40 degrees. It's not too bad, but I got to tell you, earlier this morning and yesterday morning, we were below freezing. Certainly these freezing temperatures hitting the Mid-South, there's some dangers to be top of mind when you are out and about in it, one of which is hypothermia. Let's talk a little bit about maybe some of the warning signs and the symptoms of hypothermia. I'm joined right now by Dr. Anna Yang with Regional One Health on the digital desk to talk about that issue of hypothermia. Dr. Yang, thanks again for coming on the digital desk. Have you seen many cases of hypothermia this winter season so far? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Surprisingly, this year it actually hasn't been as bad as previous years, so good job, Memphis. But there's definitely a lot more potential for hypothermia coming up very soon.
No question about it. So let's talk about some of the signs and symptoms and what to do when we see those, either with ourselves or with others.
Yeah, so hypothermia is basically when your core body temperature gets really cold to the point that your body is losing more heat than it can generate and keep up with. So your body does a lot of things naturally to try to compensate for this. So one of the first things it starts to do is, shivering. So, when you shiver when you're cold, that's a good thing. That's a normal body response that's trying to keep up with the heat losses. So if you feel cold and you start shivering, that's already a good sign that your body's already having to work extra to compensate for the cold. So, that's a good sign to already start being aware and start doing something about that before this gets worse. Other things your body does that you may not realize, it increases your metabolic rate. It can constrict some of your, blood vessels in your arms and legs to try to prevent more of that heat from escaping. And it does other things that you may not feel. But if you start to feel cold or you start shivering or any of those warning signs, that's already your body's way of, trying to tell you that, hey, we're already struggling here a little bit. We're already working to try to keep up with the cold. And it's time that, you need to do more things actively to keep this from getting worse.
Okay, and naturally when you're cold and shivering, you're outside, you want to get inside or a warm place or put some blankets on or some added clothing. But what happens if you see somebody else and you see some warning signs there? What can you do?
Yeah, so it depends how severe their hypothermia is. So if they are awake and talking and making sense and able to walk, then just assisting them to get to a warm place or putting warm things on. If they're wet, that's an even bigger problem. So all those wet clothes, wet and cold is really bad. So wet clothes need to come off for sure and be replaced with something dry and warm. But if they're to the point that they're not able to, get to a warm place, they can't walk, they're not making sense, they're really confused, something's not right about them, then potentially calling for, medical help, calling an ambulance for them or something to get them indoors to, an ER or somewhere for more aggressive care may be necessary. So, you guys can put clothes on and warm things externally. We can do more aggressive measures like warming people from the inside, placing tubes and catheters and things like that to warm people on the inside out while we're also doing warming on the outside. But Memphis does have a lot of warming shelters available, and there is, I believe, a Mattabus running to help people get to these places. And so if they don't require medical care or more aggressive warning, potentially just helping them get to one of these places might be life-saving for them.
Dr. Yang, where do people make the biggest mistakes when it comes to hypothermia?
So the most important and biggest thing someone can do to prevent hypothermia is, prevention. So the biggest mistake really is just underestimating the cold and not taking adequate steps for prevention. And then also just, ignoring warning signs and ignoring what your body's telling you when you're starting to feel cold, thinking, oh, you can tough it out or, it won't be so bad, just not being adequately prepared. So as long as you, prepare, wear layers if possible. If it's windy outside, putting something windproof on. If it's going to be wet outside, putting something waterproof on. As long as you take adequate measures to prepare and prevent hypothermia and also listen to your body when you start to feel cold or feel like something's not right, you can prevent most cases of hypothermia.
When it comes to going outside in some of our frigid conditions, it's best to wear layers, right?
Yes, for sure. That way you can take, layers off, put layers on, and then these layers are better at trapping heat and kind of retaining as much body heat as possible and preventing losses. So yes, definitely layers is the recommended way to go.
Anything else that we can touch on you feels important when it comes to signs, symptoms, preventative action when it comes to hypothermia?
Yeah, so don't forget about your hands and your feet. Warming your core is very important. It keeps, your body organs and, your heart and your, kidneys and things like that functional, and your brain. But also don't forget about your hands and feet and your head as significant places of heat loss. And also frostbite. So, frostbite is a specific thing that can come from hypothermia, where, you're losing enough perfusion or blood flow to especially your hands and your feet that are most vulnerable to frostbite. So keeping these warm in addition to your core is very important.
What about people that do the cold plunges? The cold plunges are supposed to have health benefits, but what's the difference between doing that cold plunge and getting dangerously close to hypothermia?
Sure. So the cold plunge is a very specific limited time thing. So, you're going into the cold and all sorts of things happen to your body physiologically in the moment that you plunge into the cold from, a warm or normal temperatures. And then you get out and you warm yourself immediately. And then doing so, you gain all of the benefits that are potentially there from doing this activity. But the problem is when you don't warm afterwards and you continue to allow ongoing hyperthermia to the point that it becomes dangerous to you, and your body can no longer keep up with it and your organs start to fail and it could potentially affect your heart, and things like that down the road, that come from not warming up quickly enough.
Okay, Dr. Anna Yang with Regional One Health. Really appreciate you breaking down hypothermia for us. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks again for having me.
You got it. All right. Another live look from our High Five camera here, Midtown Memphis. It is warming up nicely. It's 40 degrees at 10:36. Let's get another check of our forecast right now with meteorologist Eric Brill.
Hopefully you're having a solid start to your Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. Meteorologist Eric Brill in for meteorologist Patrick Ellis. And we have a good day of weather ahead here. Temperatures will climb into the middle to upper 40s across western Tennessee. 48 for Selma for an afternoon high. 48 for Covington and 46 degrees in Dyersburg. Anticipating Memphis to climb up to 50 degrees with those mostly sunny skies around across northern Mississippi. Yeah, good looking day ahead. 50 degrees for Ripley. 48 for Corinth. 48 for Ashland. 48 for Hernando. And some lower 50s along Highway 278 from Clarksdale into Oxford. Mostly sunny skies, and well, that's the name of the game here in northeast Arkansas as well, as we will be seeing some middle to upper 40s, 46 for Marion, Forest City as well as Mariana, 48 degrees for Helena, West Helena, so can't be too upset about those conditions and those temperatures across the Mid-South. No surprise, as we move into tonight, it will be colder as some middle 20s. That is what we are expecting here for Wednesday morning. 24 for Selma and Corinth, 24 for Somerville, 26 for Memphis, and 29 for Marks, Mississippi, while at northeast Arkansas and to Blytheville, an overnight low of 23 degrees is the expected overnight low. We do have some rain on the way here, and due to that, it is a good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, as that interactive radar, hopefully it was beneficial to you on Sunday with some of the snow that we saw flying around. Good chance it's going to be beneficial for Friday night and Saturday due to the next chance of rain. The showers by 1 p.m. on Friday will be approaching the central portion of Arkansas, sliding to the east through the evening hours and engulfing the Mid-South by 10 p.m. So if you have any sort of travel plans or conditions or things going on here for Friday night, good idea to have that First Alert weather app ready to go with that interactive radar, as we will be seeing some light to moderate showers engulf the Mid-South. We're not worried about severe weather or flooding or things of that nature. This just looks to be kind of prototypical light to moderate rain. That's about it. Saturday morning, the showers are lingering around here, and it won't be till about noon until we really start to see these clear out of the Mid-South, and well, cloudy skies are going to follow that up. Now behind this, We are going to see another cold front move through pretty much on top of that disturbance, and that is going to usher in some colder conditions here across the Mid-South, and that is something that we will be keeping an eye on here, especially as we move towards Monday and Tuesday of next week. Because look at our afternoon high temperatures, up to 56 for Thursday, 57 on Friday, 51 degrees the expected high for Saturday, and then 34 for Sunday, followed by 28 degrees on Monday. So it really will get quite a bit colder here all around the Mid-South for early next week. More so the reason to enjoy the next few days. 50 degrees the high for Tuesday, 44 for Wednesday, 56 for Thursday, followed by 57 degrees on Friday. And then we'll see some lower 50s for Saturday, followed by that chance of rain, though, from Friday night into Saturday. And I do think we will see some colder conditions for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, as those afternoon highs for Monday and Tuesday will be in the middle to upper 20s. Keep yourself warm out there, especially for early next week, and watch out for some showers late Friday into Saturday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is game-changing news for veterans as the VA Undersecretary joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about some changes to the GI Bill's education benefit. Joshua Jacobs joining us now. So this is a very popular bill. I don't have to tell you that, Joshua. Tell us about the big change. Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me on your program. Oh, I'm really excited to be here and to share some important information for veterans and their loved ones, which is, as a result of a recent Supreme Court decision, we're now able to offer approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries up to 12 additional months of education benefits.
Okay, so exactly, tell me how this breaks down. What was the education benefit before, and how has it changed with this new news?
Yeah, so before the Supreme Court's decision, eligible veterans who served at least 2 periods of service were limited to a maximum amount of 36 months of GI Bill benefits. They had to choose between the Montgomery GI Bill and the post 9/11 GI Bill. And so what this means is we're able to increase the cap from 36 to 48 months potentially, and we're able to restore lost eligibility so that veterans have more time to use their benefits. And so it's a great opportunity for any veteran or beneficiary who may be eligible to continue their education and pursue their personal and professional goals.
And that's fantastic. I mean, I know a lot of people are out there going to be excited about this. What else can we talk about when it comes to these changes, Joshua?
Well, it's really important to know, I mentioned this is a very large figure. It's approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries who may be eligible for this enhanced education benefit. We are actively reviewing all of these records. We will contact every single individual. We believe that there are about 600,000 or so individuals who will not need to take any action. That means VA will review their records, will make a determination about additional eligibility and to the extent that it's available, how much. And then we will make sure to work with that individual, whether it's a veteran or a loved one, to enable them to pursue their education goals. There's another cohort, about 400,000, that will have to apply to access these earned benefits. They will need to apply by October 1st, 2030. And we are going to contact each and every one of these approximately 1 million vets and beneficiaries to ensure that they know they may be eligible and they know what to do.
Okay, and so we're talking about reaching out to some of the veterans you just mentioned. What kind of time frame are we talking about here? In the next 2 months, 90 days, 180 days?
Yeah, we're going to begin communicating immediately. We've started. Thanks to your help, I'm helping to get the word out here. We'll be sending emails to each of these individuals in the next weeks and months to come. Given the size of the total population, we anticipate we'll be able to review all 1 million records over the course of the next 24 months. And we'll do so in priority order based on the amount of education benefits available and whether someone's still in school or not. And if anyone has questions, we'll have opportunities to work through the individual circumstances. And so they can contact us at 1-800-MyVA411. They can go to our website, or they can work with an accredited representative like a veteran service organization to figure out what's right for them.
Okay, and give us the website address right now and anything else you want to mention.
Yeah, so the website address is benefits.va.gov/GI Bill /Rudisil. That's RUDISILL.ASP. They can also call us at 1-800-MY-VA-411. And I want any veteran or loved one listening to know that we have this incredible opportunity to pursue additional education benefits. VA will be contacting you to let you know if you're eligible. If you think you might be eligible, where you had 2 periods of service, you had to forfeit some of your Montgomery GI Bill benefits to access your earned post 9/11 GI Bill benefits, feel free to reach out to us and we'll work with you to make sure that we can connect you with your earned education benefits.
Okay, Joshua Jacobs joining us talking about the new benefit and to the GI Bill and the changes to the education benefit. Joshua, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks for informing us all. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me and helping me get the word out for all those veterans who are your listeners.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is game-changing news for veterans as the VA Undersecretary joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about some changes to the GI Bill's education benefit. Joshua Jacobs joining us now. So this is a very popular bill. I don't have to tell you that, Joshua. Tell us about the big change. Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me on your program. Oh, I'm really excited to be here and to share some important information for veterans and their loved ones, which is, as a result of a recent Supreme Court decision, we're now able to offer approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries up to 12 additional months of education benefits.
Okay, so exactly, tell me how this breaks down. What was the education benefit before, and how has it changed with this new news?
Yeah, so before the Supreme Court's decision, eligible veterans who served at least 2 periods of service were limited to a maximum amount of 36 months of GI Bill benefits. They had to choose between the Montgomery GI Bill and the post 9/11 GI Bill. And so what this means is we're able to increase the cap from 36 to 48 months potentially, and we're able to restore lost eligibility so that veterans have more time to use their benefits. And so it's a great opportunity for any veteran or beneficiary who may be eligible to continue their education and pursue their personal and professional goals.
And that's fantastic. I mean, I know a lot of people are out there going to be excited about this. What else can we talk about when it comes to these changes, Joshua?
Well, it's really important to know. I mentioned this is a very large figure. It's approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries who may be eligible for this enhanced education benefit. We are actively reviewing all of these records. We will contact every single individual. We believe that there are about 600,000 or so individuals who will not need to take any action. That means VA will review their records, will make a determination about additional eligibility and to the extent that it's available, how much. And then we will make sure to work with that individual, whether it's a veteran or a loved one, to enable them to pursue their education goals. There's another cohort, about 400,000, that will have to apply to access these earned benefits. They will need to apply by October 1st, 2030. And we are going to contact each and every one of these approximately 1 million vets and beneficiaries to ensure that they know they may be eligible and they know what to do.
Okay, and so we're talking about reaching out to some of the veterans you just mentioned. What kind of time frame are we talking about here? In the next 2 months, 90 days, 180 days?
Yeah, we're going to begin communicating immediately. We've started. Thanks to your help, I'm helping to get the word out here. We'll be sending emails to each of these individuals in the next weeks and months to come. Given the size of the total population, we anticipate we'll be able to review all 1 million records over the course of the next 24 months. and we'll do so in priority order based on the amount of education benefits available and whether someone's still in school or not. And if anyone has questions, we'll have opportunities to work through the individual circumstances. And so they can contact us at 1-800-MyVA411. They can go to our website, or they can work with an accredited representative like a veteran service organization to figure out what's right for them.
Okay, and give us the website address right now and anything else you want to mention.
Yeah, so the website address is benefits.va.gov/GI Bill/Rudisill. That's RUDISILL.ASP. They can also call us at 1-800-MyVA411. And I want any veteran or loved one listening to know that we have this incredible opportunity to pursue additional education benefits. VA will be contacting you to let you know if you're eligible. If you think you might be eligible, where you had 2 periods of service, you had to forfeit some of your Montgomery GI Bill benefits to access your earned post 9/11 GI Bill benefits, feel free to reach out to us and we'll work with you to make sure that we can connect you with your earned education benefits.
Okay, Joshua Jacobs joining us, talking about the new benefit and to the GI Bill and the changes to the education benefit. Joshua, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks for informing us all. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me and helping me get the word out for all those veterans who are your listeners.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There was a new survey. It was a national survey from Discover, and it said 80% of American consumers are anxious about their financial situation. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen this all across Memphis and the Mid-South time and again. Some of the factors involved: high inflation, everyday expenses, the economy, income, debt. Those are among the top stressors fueling the anxiety. Again, this is due to a national survey here from Discover. Financial stress is severe. Let's talk about ways to reduce that stress that we have so often in this economy and in this world that we live in. I'm joined right now by Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Dan, good morning to you. Tell me more about this national survey. I think it was your group that put it together.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. You mentioned the headline. 80% of Americans are feeling some level of financial anxiety. Perhaps not surprising, but it is certainly something we'd like to see come down over time. And unfortunately, that number has remained consistently high for the last 3 years. That 80% number is virtually the same result we've had for 3 years running. And at the top of the factors that are contributing to financial stress are high inflation and high everyday expenses, 2 things that are very closely associated with one another.
They certainly are. And where do you think, Dan, that people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, financial anxiety and making things worse? Where do people go wrong?
I think being unprepared is one thing. Ideally, everyone would have an emergency fund. But the other thing, if they're already in debt, is not believing that they can get out of it. So our survey found that 1/3 of Americans don't expect to ever get out of debt. And that's quite discouraging. I'm more of an optimist, and I believe that there's quite a bit that people can do, from making a budget, but also to potentially taking out a consolidation loan that might allow them to lower the rate that they're paying on their debt so they can get out of it faster.
Yes, I've heard that. That is a great idea and suggestion. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some ways to minimize that stress, that anxiety that we all have, or many of us have, I should say, around our financial situation, Dan.
Yeah, so we found that Gen Z, for example, 42% of them don't even want to look at their financial statements or their bank statements. That's not going to be a winning strategy. So you have to get out your bank statements and you have to start with a solid budget. You want to have a good understanding of everything that's coming in, of course, but also where it's going so that you can put those dollars to work as hard as they can for you. And if possible, eliminating expenses is going to allow you to allocate more of your hard-earned income towards paying down debt. That's the key. You got to put more towards debt so you can get out of debt faster.
So does that mean, I know some people out there that, they'll say, well, I have this huge car payment and I have this mortgage that I got to pay and I got 3 kids and they have their expenses. And so I need to take a second or a third job. I mean, what do you tell someone like that? We have thousands of people that watch here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dan, and they're probably wondering a little bit of the same. Where do we begin?
Yeah, I think that stress is understandable. It's been challenging. Incomes have not kept pace with the rising costs out there. And so you have to be prepared and you have to understand your options. That's what I tell people is that they can do it. And they want to look at ways that they can reduce the cost of their debt and be prepared for anything that might come at them in an unexpected way. A water heater can go out at any minute. You have to have a plan so that you're ready to confront those things and not put yourself into a deeper hole.
Okay, so if we're doing bullet points right here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the top bullet point needs to be create a cash reserve account. And that's for any kind of emergencies out there. Take me through maybe 2 more or 3 more bullet points.
Yeah, so an emergency fund is going to give you that cushion for when something comes. That's the top of the list. The next thing is to make a budget. There's so many different budgeting strategies out there, and there's different ways to go about it. But look up the one that you feel most comfortable with, pull out a pencil and paper, and understand each line item of your personal balance sheet. The next thing is to look for opportunities within that budget to allocate more money towards debt. And then the last thing I would say is to look for opportunities to reduce the interest rate you're paying on any debt. A consolidation loan is a great way to potentially get that win.
I like it. I like it. These are tangible options for our audience out there to start reducing debt and reducing that financial anxiety. Anything else you want to mention, Dan, before we let you go that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, what I would say is that when you're choosing a provider for a personal loan, you want to make sure that you pick one with no origination fee. An origination fee erodes how much of the cash from that loan you get in your pocket that you could put towards debt payments. And so if you took out a $20,000 loan and it had an origination fee, you might only get $18,000 in your pocket, but you'd be tasked with paying back the full $20,000. So look for a provider that's going to offer a loan with no origination fee. Discover Personal Loans is proud to offer such a product, and your audience can check their rate without any impact to their credit score at discoverpersonalloans.com.
DiscoverPersonalLoans.com. Managing debt, reducing financial anxiety. Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans. Really appreciate the tangible options that you gave us here. Great news you can use. Thanks so very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. That does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We got midday coming up at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter and Jerry Askin, along with Eric Brill. They'll take you through the next hour with all your news headlines and your forecast for the next 7 to 10 days. And don't forget to watch us once again bright and early tomorrow morning. Another edition of the Action News 5 Digital Desk begins at 7, goes to 11 every weekday morning here on our digital platforms. Also on channel 5.3, the Action News 5 Plus channel, and channel 907 on Xfinity.